test to the second one. Test 9. Okay. Check. It's intermittent, man. Okay, this one works. 9. Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namaste, yogis and yoginis of Vancouver. Welcome to the Plaza of Nations for the United Nations International Day of Yoga. So please join us on the mat. Bring your yoga mats. If you don't have a yoga mat, I may be able to help you. So please move forward. Let's fill this place here with people who actually are going to do yoga. I'll be inviting my guests very soon. They can stand by for now. So please come with your yoga mats. And we will start our program shortly. Namaskar.
Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Beteska oyate.
For the consulate people.
Oh, Pilavashtel. Beteska oyate. Ohe washte. Oh, Pilahechetua. Oh, Pilahechetua. Oh, Betakuyas.
Om Namah Shivaya. So as the crowd is building up, you see that we already starting to have our distinguished guests here on stage. And I will ask all the teachers who are going to teach the yoga class a little bit later. Miraji, I will ask Kavindra Rishi to come, Karen Zibroff, Georgina Varveris, Mala, Maggie. Please come on stage, walk this way. This way. Please come on stage. If you guys feel like, if you want to warm up a little, do it. The sun is doing that for you, but you can do your warm-up exercise. You can lie down in Shavasana. And please, everybody in the audience, please come and take the class with us. Om Shanti. What? We need a microphone Is that how it goes? Can it be adjusted? That's about it? Okay. Sure, go ahead. Thanks. I'll need these as we go along. Okay. Not really. Maybe in a pocket. Then national anthem. Check.
Then start the national anthem. Then we will chant the mantra and introduce you.
Okay.
It has to be.
So she
She will come and tell the.
national anthem.
No.
I do. We'll just start.
She has to tell. Please stand for the national anthem.
She does. Okay. Okay.
And then national anthem.
Yeah. It's fine. It's fine.
Then she will use sloka and introduce you.
Guys, go sit. Go sit. Go sit over there. Go. Go sit over there. Check. Okay. Now it's good.
Good morning, everybody. Namaste. May I please request you all to please stand for the national anthems.
And now, the national anthem of India. Maybe? Should we sing it? Let's go, Rukminiji.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हिंद.
Jai.
Please be seated. Welcome to this International Historic Yoga Day celebrations. We will begin with a chant to the Almighty Please close your eyes for a moment and offer your salutation to the Almighty Lord. Om Sangachadvam Samvadadvam Sambho Manamsi Janatam Deva Bhagam Yatha Purve Deva Bhagam Yatha Purve Sanjanana Upasate Sanjanana Upasate. May we march forward with a common goal. May we be open-minded and work together in harmony. May we share our thoughts for integrated wisdom. May we follow the example of our ancestors who achieved higher goals by virtue of being united. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our Master of Ceremonies for the day, Mr. Stefan Vejoli, very familiar in yoga circles as Sri Venu. He was first introduced to the practice of yoga and meditation in 1969. He mastered his techniques at the Shivananda Yoga Vedanta Ashram in Quebec with Swami Vishnu Devananda. He is a graduate from the International Meditation Institute of India and has traveled extensively in India from Pondicherry to Kulu Manali in the Himalayas in pursuit of this divine knowledge. He is the founder of the Vancouver Shivananda Center, where he teaches traditional yoga, meditation, and chanting. He is also the regional director of French CBC Radio in Vancouver. He has produced a documentary film on yoga around the world. Sri Venuji also trains advanced yoga teachers at the Langara College in Vancouver. I'd like to invite Sri Venuji to start our event for the day. Thank you. Sri Venuji.
It's okay. Thank you so much, Rukminiji. Rukminiji is from the Sri Mahalakshmi Temple, who's part of the organizing committee that made this day possible. And she teaches the traditional chants of India to her students. But she's also a researcher at the Department of Neuropathology at University of British Columbia. So she is quite a woman, and without her and Prameyaji, whom I'm going to introduce very shortly, this would not be possible today. So thank you, Rukminiji. Thank you very much. And so now, in order to honor the divine, in order to honor the true teachings of yoga, I have the immense pleasure of offering you quite a treat, something that goes back thousands of years back in time, honoring the fire, honoring Agni. And so to do this, I will have my friend and brother, Prameyaji Chaitanya, come here and perform a Vedic ceremony to honor yoga, to honor the light within all of us and the light in this universe. Sri Prameyaji is a long-time yoga acharya, a yoga expert. He is also from the Shivananda ashram in Rishikesh, so we're from the same lineage. And he was actually running the ashram there and with Swami Shivananda's disciples. And so we're very honored to have him today as a friend, a brother, and the head of the Mahalakshmi, Sri Mahalakshmi Temple, Pramiyaji. I will introduce our other distinguished guests, which are walking with Pramiyaji right now in just a moment. We have Grand Chief Phil Lane Jr., who's a respected First Nations elder around the world at the United Nations, and Sri Ravi Shankar, the Consul General of India, representing Bharat, the motherland of yoga.
Can I hold on that? Yeah. No, you can sit.
Now, we continue with Sri Pramiyaji Chaitanya of the Sri Mahalakshmi Temple.
Honorable Chief, Consul General of India, and all the dignitary and yogacharyas, and also blessed children of the Almighty Lord. I request you all for a few seconds. It's a beginning. Afterwards, you will have lots of yoga exercise. Keep your backbone straight. Gently close your eyes and relax your entire physical body. Gently focus your mind into the center of the eyebrows. Visualize the divine light and experience the divine peace within you. And relax and listen the mantra. Omkara bindunada samyuktam Nityam dhyayanti yoginaha Kamadam mokshadam chaiva Omkaraya namo namaha. Thank you. Beloved friends, 2000 years back, India produced a great leader known as Chanakya Mahaprabhu. At the time of Alexander's movement and his urge to conquer the world, he landed in India with his mighty power and force. He put endless of effort to stop the movement of Chanakya Mahaprabhu and finish him. In the process, he could not even dent the establishment of the Chanakya Mahaprabhu's movement, and Alexander's movement ended there and also ended his life. Beloved friends, After 2000 years, the one of the most righteous, glorious leader of the world, Sri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, had a vision to unify the whole world in the name of yoga. He brought this vision to the United Nations and declared as a yoga day. Right away, adored and endorsed by the more than 100 countries. And today is the day millions and millions of people celebrating, practicing this yoga more than 191 countries. Friends, I have given an opportunity to meet him and welcome him at the airport, Right Honorable Stephen Harper, Prime Minister of Canada. And his plane is landed in right time. And our Prime Minister waiting to receive him. And they both walked towards us. It is my simple experience I like to share with you. And he came towards us with a folded hand, with humble personality, and I took his hand. And I looked at his face. You can experience that compassionate smile and vision in his eyes. I just gently closed my eyes and I prayed. The person standing beside me, he told me, Sri Narendra Modi also closed his eyes and prayed. On that moment, I felt I am touching entire universe touching me, blessing me. When you have a superior conscious, the conscious is one, and that blessing belongs to all mankind. Yoga brings unity, yoga brings friendship, yoga brings peace and health. So we can live and enjoy the luxury of all this planet. Please respect and practice this yoga regularly. If you don't find time, at least try to practice two things. One is breathing exercise, 2 to 3 minutes every day. It's called Bastrika, Sukha Bastrika. Another one is after breakfast, lunch and dinner, sit on Vajrasana for 2 to 3 minutes. You practice for 3 months and you can see the miracles and wonders of the yoga. May God bless you all. May the luxurious blessing be upon us always. May all the world be happy. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Premierji. Thank you so much. Thank you. One of the things that has made me a yogi is also because I'm from the Abenaki First Nation out east in Quebec. This First Nation went all the way from Massachusetts to Gaspé. And the teachings my father gave me from our lineage, from our tradition, our First Nation tradition, eventually had a resonance with yoga. And I realized that yoga and traditional Aboriginal ceremony, meditation, were all one. And so I recognized my Abenaki roots in yoga, and I recognize yoga in my First Nations roots as well. So to me, that the International Day of Yoga would be on June 21st, the same day as Aboriginal Day and First Nations Day around the world, is something quite amazing. Some people may have perceived it as conflictual. I see it as unifying. We have as much to learn from yogis of past times and rishis as we have to learn from our First Nations elders. So today, it's no small privilege that I would welcome one of the most respected Grand Chief elders from the First Nations of the Big Turtle, the New World. His name is Chief Phil Lane Jr. I have here 3 full pages of the short version of his biography. I will not read it all, because when you are in the presence of such an elder, holder of the sacred pipe, you don't need that many words. Words can be deceiving, but let me give you a few. Hereditary Chief Phil Lane Jr. is an enrolled member of the Yankton Dakota and Chickasaw nations. It's important to mention the nation of First Nations. They are nations. There's as much difference between the Sioux language and the Iroquois language and the Algonquin language, as much difference as between Chinese, French, and Russian. It's totally different nations with such rich heritage. He is an internationally recognized leader in human and community development. He was born at the Haskell Indian School in Lawrence, Kansas in 1944, where his mother and father met and attended school. Isn't that sweet? It's a human story. So during the past 40 years, he has worked with indigenous peoples from North, Central, and South America, Micronesia, Southeast Asia, India, Hawaii, and Africa. He served 16 years as an associate professor at the Faculty of Education at the University of Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. One last thing. With elders from across North America, Phil co-founded the Four Worlds International Institute in 1982. This organization became an independent institute in 1995. Having said that, Chief Lane is also a yogi. He has spent 8 years in India, including at the Shivananda Ashram. So here he is. Let's welcome Chief Phil Lane. Shao Shimagan Lane. Thank you.
Mitakayepi, my very beloved relatives of the human family. I am very, very thankful to the Creator of all good things to be standing here in unsurrendered, unceded land of the great Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam nations and the Salish nation. Here celebrating this very sacred summer solstice reflected in National Aboriginal Day, the World Peace and Prayer Day, and now the International Day of Yoga, which is being celebrated everywhere on Mother Earth. Our indigenous peoples, and we are all indigenous peoples of Mother Earth, have always known that we are spiritual as well as physical beings, and at the core and heart of all positive transformation, peace, harmony, justice, is spiritual oneness and spiritual unity, which, whatever name you may call it, is what we're doing here today and what's being done in indigenous ceremonies and other related ceremonies everywhere on Mother Earth. I had the great fortune in 1982 to travel to New Delhi and then throughout the South and across India, and then in 1985 to go to Ganeshpuri outside of Mumbai and begin a good part of inspiring my life through yoga and meditation, which, by the way, has helped me understand better my own sacred traditions as well. Because Mitakayepi, I want to find the light. I don't care what the lampshade looks like. And so, Mitakayepi, as members of the human family, I'd like to close. And you know, I was thinking about singing one of our Dakota songs because it's the same identical meaning as Om Namah Shivaya. But I know I heard it said already here today, so I want to sing another that I love from India. And it's about removing these challenges we have in coming to those promised days of our prophecies that go beyond Kundalini Yoga. Kundalini, and not Kundalini Yoga, Kali Durga. So I'm going to sing this song, if I might, just shortly, in honor of our great, great relatives of India. And I want to say to you, my brothers and sisters of India, my grandmothers and grandfathers, sons and daughters, I'm sure glad Columbus was looking for India.
Yes.
Because if we'd been looking for turkey, we'd all be called turkeys. It's kind of a corny joke, but we invented corn, so we can do that. Kali Durga Namo Nama. 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 Hallelujah Chante Washtelo Shukmano Hamedo Chanupasapa Hamedo. We say at the end of our speaking as a Dakota, you say your name, you say this: my name is a sacred black pipe born of thunder, lightning, and rain. My name is a leader of warriors who takes the enemy's best horses, but most importantly, I stand responsible before the Creator for my words and my actions. Hallelujah Chante Washte. Have a most beautiful, beautiful day. What a day we've been given. Hallelujah Chante Washte.
Kishimi Gwech. Oleoni.
Namaste.
Namaste. And now Prameyaji has something for you, Chief Lane. The giving and receiving of gifts is very traditional. You know, this United Nations International Day of Yoga is the first year this year, and not the last. It's going to go on for at least 10,000 years, maybe more. Yoga is that old already. It is an initiative that was taken by a very enlightened man, Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Last year he went to the United Nations, didn't even have a speech prepared, a bit like me here, and he convinced 177 nations to make June 21st, summer solstice in the northern hemisphere, the International Day of Yoga. So here is Prime Minister Modi ji. On the big screen.
पूरा विश्व 21 जून अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं, कटिबद्ध हैं, प्रयत्नरत है। भारत इस बात के लिए गर्व अनुभव करता है कि यूएनओ ने इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाया। दुनिया के 177 कंट्रीज ने उसको को-स्पॉन्सर किया और भारत की अनमोल विरासत आज विश्व की अनमोल विरासत बनी है। ये अहम को वयम के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास है। ये स्व को समष्टि के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास है। जड़ चेतन में एकत्व की अनुभूति कराने का प्रयास है। और इसलिए आज जो विश्व अकेलेपन की ओर बढ़ रहा है, परिवार में भी हर व्यक्ति अलग है, भीड़ में भी हम अपने आप को अकेला महसूस करते हैं, दुनिया के अंदर भी हर देश अपने आप को अकेला महसूस करता है। ये अवस्था कल्याणकारी नहीं है। प्रकृतिदत्त व्यवस्था है जुड़ना, जड़ चेतन से साथ जुड़ना, और उसके लिए योग एक माध्यम है। हम प्रकृति से कैसे जुड़े, अपनों से कैसे जुड़े, अपनेपन से कैसे जुड़े, मेरे भीतर जो कुछ भी है उससे मैं कैसे जुड़ूं। समाज अवस्था में चारों तरफ तनाव दिखाई दे रहा है। क्या तनाव से मुक्ति का कोई मार्ग ही नहीं हो सकता है? अगर स्थायी भाव से तनाव मुक्ति चाहिए तो अंतर मन में स्थिरता चाहिए। अंतर मन की स्थिरता का अवसर आता है योग साधना से। प्रतिदिन निश्चित समय हम अपने भीतर जाने के लिए लगा देंगे और योग के जो रास्ते हैं उससे सरलता से किया जा सकता है। मुझे विश्वास है कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के द्वारा विश्व जो तनाव के संकट से गुजर रहा है, व्यक्ति जो तनाव महसूस करता है, व्यक्ति जो अपनी समस्याओं को अगल बगल में भी शेयर कर नहीं पा रहा है, वो खुद के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ करके अपने तनावों को मुक्त करने का सामर्थ्य प्राप्त कर सकता है। और आखिरकार व्यक्ति तनाव मुक्त होगा तो समाज भी तनाव मुक्त बनेगा। समाज तनाव मुक्त बना तो पूरा मानव जात तनाव मुक्त बन सकती है। और मानव जात तनाव मुक्त हो तो फिर पूरा विश्व सुख, शांति और सौहार्द के वातावरण से पुलकित हो उठ सकता है। तो एक बड़े सपने को लेकर के छोटा सा आरंभ योग से होता है। और मैं पूरे विश्व समुदाय का योगा दिवस को समर्थन करने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूं, ये प्रयास आपकी जिंदगी को तनाव मुक्त बनाए, आपके जीवन को खुशियों से भर दें। आप भी वर्तमान में जीना सीखें, आप भी खुद के शक्ति और सामर्थ्य को पहचानें, अपने भीतर की शक्तियों को और अधिक शक्तिशाली बनाने के रास्ते को प्राप्त करें। आप देखिए, अगर आपका भला हुआ तो दुनिया का भला अपने आप उसमें समाहित है। आपसे शुरू करने का काम है ये योगा, और आज विश्व ने इसको स्वीकार किया है। जो प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर को विश्वास करते हैं उनके लिए भी उपयोगी है, जो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर में विश्वास करते हैं ये उनके लिए भी उपयोगी है। और जब आज की युवा पीढ़ी जहाँ हिंसा की ओर चली जाती है, जहाँ आत्महत्या की ओर चली जाती है, जहाँ डिप्रेशन की ज़िंदगी भी जीती है, उनको बचाने के लिए मैं समझता हूँ योगा सबसे सरल मार्ग है। आइए हम सब मिल करके मानव कल्याण के लिए उपयोगी इस एक महान शास्त्र के साथ जुड़े, महान विरासत के साथ जुड़े। और ये विरासत मानव की विरासत है, विश्व की विरासत है, ये विरासत आपकी विरासत है। और ये आपका दायित्व है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को उत्तम तरीके से ये विरासत हम सुपुर्द करें। और इसके लिए हम आज अपने आप को सज्ज करें। मेरी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं।
Thank you, Prime Minister Modi. And now a message from the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, the Secretary General. My best wishes to you on the International Day of Yoga. By proclaiming 21st of June as the International Day of Yoga, the General Assembly has recognized the holistic benefits of this timeless practice and its inherent compatibility with the principles and values of the United Nations. And as you know, the word yoga means union. It's only appropriate that the United Nations would join with yogis around the world. And for us, Vancouver, the capital of yoga in Canada, maybe North America, we are at the Plaza of Nations. How appropriate is that? My next guest has a name that resonates with me so much. When I was a young yogi with Swami Vishnu in my teens, we had just built a Krishna temple, and we had a peace festival with great yogis from around the world and classical Indian dancers and so on and so forth. And who came to give us a concert? Ravi Shankar himself, the great sitar player. So that name, Ravi Shankar, is very close to my heart. So today we introduce another great man, another great yogi, the Consul General of India in Vancouver, Mr. Ravi Shankar Aisola. He is a career diplomat. He obtained his master's degree in English from the Central University in Hyderabad. He joined the Indian Foreign Service in 1986. Before coming to Vancouver as Consul General of India, Mr. Aisola served in different capacities in Indian missions in Paris, Abidjan, Damascus, and Budapest. Before his posting to Vancouver, Canada, Mr. Aisola was working as Joint Secretary, head of the MEA Branch Secretariat in Hyderabad, India. He is Consul General of India in Vancouver since August 7, 2012. Please welcome Shri Ravi Shankar Aisola. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar, good morning, Sat Sri Akal. Great pleasure being with you, with all of you here today. It's a momentous day, believe me, the International Day of Yoga, and also the first International Day of Yoga ever in the history of mankind. Great thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who got the resolution mooted and passed in the UN. And today we all assemble here to celebrate the great occasion. And I am certain that, like Sri Venuji put it, it's going to go on for thousands of years. Well, yoga is eternal in its origins, and I'm sure will continue on to eternity. All of you, many of you at least, are practitioners of yoga. I don't need to tell you anything new about yoga. I for myself, Sri Venuji was very kind to call me a yogi. I am neither a yogi nor a bhogi, but somewhere in between, like most of us are, given to some mundane pleasures and at the same time given to aspirations to move on to higher planes, which hopefully will emerge one day, if not in this life, in some other life, which I pray would be the case for all of you, because our tradition teaches us that one day all of us will be delivered. Yoga, as some of you know, is not just a set of asanas, it's also a great philosophy. It's one of the 6 major schools of philosophy in India. And the great saint Patanjali is credited with having compiled the Yoga Sutras. And we owe it to him to have compiled all ancient wisdom together and put it together and passed it on to posterity, from which we benefit. And today, when we assemble here, and soon we'll be performing the set of yogasanas, let's remember this fact that we owe it to our ancestors of all traditions to eventually, the purpose of yoga is unity with the divine. It's not exercise, it's not physical perfection alone, but eventually to transcend all physicality, to unite with what you call the Paramatma, or the divine, the universal spirit, Parabrahman, no matter what the name is. And keep that in mind, and we will all certainly progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Consul General Ravi Shankar Aisola. We have a gift for you. Our next guest is a yogi. He's a well-known author, television celebrity, and we have him on video today, Mr. Deepak Chopra. You have the video? No video right now? Okay, so Mr. Chopra is a strong supporter of the United Nations International Day of Yoga. We had planned for a video, but sometimes, you know, life is what happens when you're not planning. So here we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Chopra, for your very strong support. And his friends here and the Chopra Wellness Center and all that are a strong supporter of this event and also part of the organizing committee of the International Day of Yoga. So I would like to invite here right now somebody many of you know, because he's been a yogi for more than 40 years, and he studied with a great Bhakti Yoga master and a Vedic Pandit, Srilad Prabhupada Swami Bhaktivedanta. He is a Vedic astrologer, he is a Vedic scholar. His name is Jeffrey Armstrong, Kavindra Rishi, so please, Kavindra Rishi, join me on stage. He is also the founder of VASA, Vedic Academy of Science and Arts. This is your microphone, my dear friend.
Thank you.
Because he is a Vedic scholar and also because he's a Vedic astrologer, I've asked Kavindra to tell us about this unique opportunity in time and space for having the first International Day of Yoga from a cosmological and astrological and spiritual point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Venu. And namaste to everyone. Human civilization in the last 100 or so years has become so busy and so noisy with our discovery of the powers of science and machines and automation that we've become disconnected from something that all of the ancient civilizations had as a part of their regular life. They all were synchronizing their own actions with the cosmos around them. As the moon moved, they felt their own self move. As the sun reached certain high points or changes, they paid attention to this because part of yoga is to listen and have a conversation with nature around us. For all of us, this is very important. Stardust is constantly falling to Earth and becoming the soil of our planet, and we're called human beings because we're made of the humus. We're made of the earth. We're made from her body, the body of Mother Earth, who in India is called Bhumi, from which we get humi, humus, and human. So we're Bhumi beings. We're made of this stardust, and as the planets around us move, and great objects to us, great symbols like the sun, giving us the light of our life, and the moon, which represents the changing possibilities of creation and all the beauties that come into us in our life. We're supposed to learn how to move at one with those forces of nature around us, instead of at odds with them. So part of yoga is to align ourselves and listen to the forces of nature because they're also within us. And as the sun moves, and as the moon moves, and as the earth moves, a part of us is also moving. We're literally supposed to dance with nature. In some great traditions, like the Sufi tradition, they show us we're even orbiting. We practice spinning so that we join into the dance. Right now, all of you who are practicing yoga are trying to revive that spirit in yourself and in your life because you sense that something is missing. The word curiosity means looking for the cure. The cure to what? To our disconnection from nature. And so this day, this sacred day when the sun reaches its peak, and the sun, the symbol of the light that is our true nature shining inside of us, is above us now at its very peak of brilliance, enlightening us. So if you will for a moment, think of that sun and now look inside of yourself and see that you are actually that light of consciousness inside of you. So turn yourself within for just a moment and follow your consciousness back to that place which is illuminating your body. You, your true divine self, is the sun shining at the core of your being, lighting your body with consciousness. And this great light, which feeds us all, is the outward symbol to remind us that there is a greater light than any of ours, but that we are just like that. And we therefore are supposed to dance in harmony with that great, loving, life-giving, shining reality. And all the indigenous cultures, all of them taught us to turn in the direction of that light and to then become a beacon of that light and shine it lovingly on everyone. We are doing this so that you have within you, and each of us has within us, a light that is life-giving, that shines on everyone. Thank you very much. And may this day live in your hearts, and may you shine it upon others.
Thank you very much, Kavindra Rishi. Now, guess what? We have Mr. Deepak Chopra's video message, so please look at the large screen and watch. Thank you.
It's a great pleasure to join everyone on World Yoga Day on June 21st. And I've been reflecting on the remarkable popularity of yoga in the last 20 years. I started teaching meditation, and we have the Chopra Center in California, where we have training for yoga teachers. And in the last two and a half decades, we've seen an explosive popularity, a growth in the popularity of yoga. So today, it is my wish to communicate to everyone what the bigger message of yoga is. Yoga in Sanskrit is a word that comes from the Sanskrit word yuj, which means union. And union with what? Union with the source of all existence. As we say in the Vedanta, the self of the individual is the self of the universe. So the ultimate goal of yoga is to get in touch with your source, which is also the source of the universe. Anyone who's familiar with the 8 limbs of yoga as understood in the great text, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, he says the purpose of yoga is to get in touch with the source of the mind, the source of thought, which is also the source of everything in the universe. So the 8 limbs of yoga are roughly translated in contemporary language would be the yamas and niyamas, which are basically rules, or you might say suggestions for personal and social conduct, evolutionary behavior, both personal and social. And then, of course, we have the asanas, which are usually translated as the postures of Hatha Yoga, but the asanas are really, the word means seat. So the asanas are seats of awareness, seats of consciousness. And each asana evokes a certain mood in consciousness also. When you're doing the warrior pose, there's a shift in consciousness to that warrior experience, and so on. Asanas, pranayam, which is breathing techniques. And then we have pratyahara, which is going inward and experiencing what's happening inside your body, mind, and your mental space as well, but also withdrawal of the senses. And then there's dhyan, which is meditation, dharana, which is focused awareness, and samadhi, which is transcendence. When we look at all these 8 limbs, we understand that yoga is a complete science of consciousness. Today, one of the hard problems in science is what is the biological basis of consciousness? And nobody can figure out the answer. How do atoms and molecules build up to a brain that gives rise to consciousness? And I think we have the hard problem because we are asking the wrong question. We are asking, how does physical reality create mental and spiritual experience? It's probably the wrong question based on a physicalist ontology. We need to relook at the whole picture because we don't have an answer to the hard problem because we're using a bottoms-up approach. A top-down approach would say there's consciousness, which is the causal body, which is, the individual jiva, atman, and brahman. Then there is the subtle body of mind, intellect, and ego, which is actually a projection of the causal body. And then there's the physical body of matter and energy, which gives rise to the experience of the physical world through the 5 senses. But it's not that the 5 senses are taking in information as much as they are going out through the light of awareness. So the senses are instruments for consciousness to express itself as mind, intellect, ego, physical body, and then the world through the light of awareness, which filters out through our nervous system, and the nervous system being part of our body is also, in a way, a creation of consciousness. Consciousness conceives, governs, constructs, and becomes everything that we call reality, subjective reality, which is the mind, and then objective reality, which is the body and the universe. This is the real message of yoga. Now that yoga has achieved such a lot of popularity in the form of the asanas, the physical postures of hatha yoga, which, as I said, the word asana means seat of awareness. Now that yoga has achieved this great popularity in the world, I think we need to bring out the complete science of yoga, which is the science of consciousness, which is the science of the self. It is only this science that can give us freedom from bondage. It is only this science that can get rid of the causes of suffering. In Vedanta, the causes of suffering are called the 5 kleshas: not knowing the true self, grasping and clinging the impermanent, being afraid of the impermanent, identifying with the ego, and the fear of death. And all these causes of suffering are contained in the first cause, not knowing the true self, which indeed is the self of the universe. Our fragmented mind has given rise to all kinds of problems in the world. Nuclear weapons, mechanized death, eco-destruction, pollution of our food, destruction of the environment, war, terrorism. Now we need to, through the science of yoga, go back to the whole mind. The whole mind is our true self. The word healing, the word health, the word holy are the same word. Healing is the return of the memory of who we really are, Atman, Brahman, the self of the universe. And when we have the return of this memory, then we are holy, we are healed. This is the true message of yoga. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you on World Yoga Day. I'm Deepak Chopra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chopra. That was very nice to remind everybody about the 8 limbs of yoga, Ashtanga. Yoga is, of course, asanas, which we're going to do in a couple of minutes with great teachers. You're great students. I recognize some of you in there. Thanks for being here. So we'll start a yoga class in just a little minute. We're expecting a couple of people from India. and I have to check if they're coming or not. If not, we're going to proceed with the yoga class. So, dear friends, Padma Shri, listen, please tell me if we are where we're going now, because if not, I'm going to start the yoga class. Very well, we're going to start the yoga class. Thank you, Harrison. I know, but... Huh? I know, we have guests from India, but they're stopped at the gate there. I think they're asking for ID. All right, so we're going to welcome on stage two people very well known in India. So please come on stage. We have Mika Singh. Please give him a good hand of applause. He's going to show up in a second. Encourage him. He's very shy on stage, this guy. You know, he's a Bollywood star, but I think he's shy or something. And then we have Kapil Sharma, another very shy person, you'll see. So please come on stage. Mika Singh and Kapil Sharma. See how shy they are? They just won't come in. Please get them. Thank you. Please come in. Don't be shy. Thank you. Come on in. Good hand of applause. Come in, come in. So you see. One more with Chief Phil Lane here, please. Welcome. Hi, I'm Shrivenu.
I want to take one. Such a famous name here. Everybody's here. Everybody's here. Hello, sir. Hello. Can somebody take one with Kapil? Can you take one with me and Kapil?
Sure. Thank you. Kapil, please come with me. Come with me here. Come on stage. I mean, the people want to see you. We have a little private party here. Let's bring this fine gentleman here, if I may. So this is your microphone, and you would be very kind to tell us what yoga means to you on a day like today. I'll take this off here so we have room.
First of all, very good morning to all of you, and it's a pleasure for me, and thanks for having me here. And I had actually back injury, so I just want to say that if you will not do yoga, so you will feel the same what I am feeling right now. So may God give you strength to understand my English, because my English not so good. So जितने लोग आप यहाँ पे आए हैं, मेरे ख्याल से अपने इंडियन तो दो चार ही आए हैं, ज़्यादा नहीं है ना? हाँ, हैं इंडियन. अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा. मुझे लगा ये योगा वोगा अच्छा अच्छी चीज़ है, करते रहिए, कीप इट अप, इट्स अ गुड थिंग. और बस अब मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर हैविंग मी हियर. इट्स ऑनर फॉर मी. और योगा करते रहिए, योगा से ही होगा और कहीं से नहीं होगा. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक्स.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to have you. And please, if you want to join us for a yoga class, we have an extra mat for you. All right, everybody, are you ready for a class? A master class? Let's move things around here. So I got some great teachers to introduce you to for this class. And before we start the class, we will have a mantra. Chief, you're welcome to stay for a yoga class. I don't know, but maybe you have to go. Yes. You'll be back this afternoon. This afternoon, Chief Phil Lane will share with us a very heartfelt message, so please be here. And now please set your yoga mats. We're going to start a class. So I'm going to start the class with chanting a mantra in my tradition. We always chant a mantra before the class. So if we could remove those microphones from there as well. This is the shank. It's a conch. In olden days, Grand Chief, miigwech, thank you. Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. We'll see you again later. I like the power of his words. Like, if you're going to say something, say it with meaning. In olden days, and still today, the conch, I call it the conch rises consciousness. And so here it is. Please turn on the mic on stage for the harmonium. So because yoga is a spiritual practice, it is a tradition in many yoga schools to have a prayer at the beginning and at the end of every class. So join me first for Om, the universal sound, Pranava, sound of creation. Gajananam bhutaganadi sevitam kapita jambu pala sarabakshitam umasutam shoka vinashakaranam namami vigneshvara padapamkajam sadananam kumkumaraktavarnam mahamatim divyāmayurāvahanam Rudrasya sunum surasenyanatam Goham sadaham sharanam prapadiye Yakundendu tu sharahara davala Ya shubhra vastravrita Ya vinavaradanta mandita kara Ya shveta padmasana Ya brahmachuta shankara prabritibi Devai sada pujita Samampatu sarasvati bhagavati Nishesha jadhyapaha Om Namah Shivaya Guruve Satchitananda Murtaye Nishprapanchaya Shantaya Shri Shivanandaya Te Namaha Shri Vishnu Nivarandaya Te Namaha Om Sarva Mangala Mangalye Shive Sarvati Sadike Sharani Triambake Gauri Narayani Namostute Narayani Namostute Om Shanti 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 Om. So now we're ready for yoga. We have asked the remover of obstacles, Sri Ganesh, to remove the obstacles. We have asked the Divine Mother, Shri Saraswati, Goddess of Knowledge, to bring us the true knowledge. And I've asked my teachers, Swami Shivananda and Swami Vishnu Devananda, to also give us their blessings. So now we're ready to embark with amazing teachers. And so I would like to introduce you first, the First Lady of Yoga on television. She was teaching in 1970 onwards for 16 years on TV. I visited her in her studio in 72, my good friend Karen Zebroff. If you could please join me on stage. Namaste. So nice to see you. So, yeah. So, we're going to start this yoga class. I'm going to look at my little yoga class program here. But first, I want to introduce all the teachers, and then we're going to go for the class. It's going to take a minute. Thank you very much, Gopalji. Yeah. So, of course, and you're the first one to teach the first posture. So, Karen, how long have you been teaching yoga for? Let me get my mic so I can hear you.
I first got Iyengar's book in 1967, and I have been more or less teaching it ever since. But here in Vancouver, this is very interesting. 45 years ago, we were invited to the City Hall to attest to the fact that this was not a religion and not witchcraft, because some people had worries and fears about it. It was the days when the word God should not be spoken other than in school with the Lord's Prayer. So this, our yoga teachers at that time had to come to City Hall.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you. You are a pioneer, and you told me that you wanted to get us into a very nice posture in your own special way. So the first posture we're going to do today is?
Tadasana, or tree. And may I start now?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
The stage is yours.
Thank you. Everybody, aren't you dying to stand up? Please do, and stretch in any direction, up or down. Really enjoy your body. Sense what the body wants to do in your case. And everybody's different. So do that now. Walk in your little on a little mat or wherever. And then we're going to do Tadasana. But first of all, I want to say I'm greatly honored to be in this eminent company of distinguished people and teachers here in town. And everybody ready now? All right. Time is short, and I should like to talk to you of what is the basis of most standing poses, and that's the tree, or Tadasana.
All of you can join now. Everybody our VIP guests as well.
It's a deceptively simple sounding pose. So I'll take off my shoes, and I'd like if you stand on Mother Earth rather than on the mat, and you root down into Mother Earth and have your feet slightly apart for the best balance you can have, because yoga is all about balance and giving us balance between body and mind. And so I want you to find your center of gravity. Adjust a little bit, align a little bit. That's good. Yoga yokes together the mind and spirit through what? Through the breath. The breath is everything. It's the closest we human beings can come to spirit. Breath is a messenger. Inhalation is a receiving, an opening, a doing nothing but allowing. Exhalation is a giving, a letting go, a releasing. Inspiration means into spirit. And the greatest inspiration is Mother Nature bringing it all together. The physical part of you, a mind awareness, and the all-important breath. You will excuse the notes, but I sculpted this talk, and since I'm a lady of a certain age, I don't want to forget some of the most important pieces. So our yoga practice should therefore always be an awareness and an unfolding rather than an achievement or a putting of yourself into a position or striking a pose. You see, the essence and the spirit of any asana is the boundless energy that flows through all creation. So before you start a pose, and this is not a terribly active one, that's why I had you stretch first, there must always be time taken for preparation, just as cats do. So prepare yourself, take your time. Legs slightly apart, toes pointing straight forward for best balance. Your feet are on the ground, and your head is in the sky. Now, all of you, when you heard that, should have adjusted a little bit. Oh, head in the sky. All right. And you adjust a little bit. Tilt your pelvis forward just a little bit. And you can have the knees loose. Breathe evenly throughout, and I'll give you specific instructions when to take which breath. I want you to take a moment to sense, to intuit, to be mindful of, to be aware of the energy of the great Mother Earth. Do that now. Focus inward and sense the energy from great Mother Earth. Because man and woman are the link between when mankind first stood and realized, I am. I am. Your arms may hang down beside the thighs, or if you're more advanced, you may stretch up your arms above your head. That's good. Stretch up overhead. And not trying very hard. Bring your shoulders down. Don't stand there tense. Just stretch comfortably. Now move your awareness to the feet. Bring your arms down whenever you wish. It's up to you. You can bring the hands together above your head if you like, or you can just have them hanging by your side. Move your awareness to your feet and even beyond, penetrating the earth like the roots of a tree. Allow the weight to distribute itself. You don't direct it. Distribute itself evenly over the whole sole of the foot, and neither just on the toes or on the heels. Don't rock backward on your heels. Now wait until you're quiet. And here's the good part. Draw your awareness backwards, in effect, withdrawing to the back of yourself, as though you were standing just behind yourself. Do that now. Now allow the breath slowly to penetrate and to explore the whole of your back as it fills every pore. The breath is filling the back of you into every pore, into the sides and the ribs as well, and allow the belly to breathe. Don't strenuously hold anything or do anything. Just relax. Only when the back is fully expanded may you now let the spine release vertically upon exhalation. So take a breath first. Inhalation, and as you exhale, release vertically on the exhalation. Focus on your sacrum. The sacrum is where the body's energy resides. It's the back of the pelvis. And when you do that, when you focus on the sacrum, the pose will then open up. Blossom up from there. It's, remember, where the body's energy lies. Blossom up, unfold, slowly undo with the breath the blocks you have within you. Inhale and do nothing but allowing. Breathe normally and then ride high. Ride high with every breath, letting it carry you further and further into the pose. Go with the joy of expansion and stretching up. Reach for the sky again. Go with the joy of expansion. Let the pose become a natural growing process as it travels through and along with the body. All the while it is releasing as well. Do not let the brain dictate instruction from the outside to move the limbs. Instead, let the mind, body, and breath unite. Keep breathing as you think of the spine as though it were a plant in a pot, and your pelvis is the bowl containing that earth. The plant spine wants to grow up and out of the earth. You are, in effect, offering up the pelvis bowl to the heavens in order to give feeling and meaning to the pose. Offer it up. Do that now. Keep breathing normally. Now focus once more on your center of gravity and again withdraw to the back of yourself. Make space in the spine. Release it. Create space between the shoulders and the ears. Allow yourself to align and try to sense the blood flow. Do that now. Take a moment. Breathe normally. Try to undo your tied up emotion and the kind of contractions that occur from anxiety by gently breathing. The advanced variation of Tadasana is Vrksasana, where you pull the leg up, but we won't do that now. Yoga works for us because we are normally so involved in being separate that our yoga practice helps us to lose this separateness. If you first learn to feel comfortable in your body, sensing and feeling and unfolding and allowing, you will then be comfortable with other people as well. And breath is a way towards all that. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Karen. That's great. So now you're going to join the class, or you can go and have some refreshments. It's up to you. Okay. Thank you. Oh, we have a little announcement here. Now, I hope you remember your license plate number, because 152 PKH will be towed. So 152 PKH will be towed unless you act promptly. Thank you very much. Our next guest is Mala. Mala Lazar, Rosalie Lazar. How are you, Mala? So nice to see you. I've known Mala for many, many years. And in Vancouver in British Columbia, most people who have done a kids yoga teacher training have done it with Mala. She lives on Gabriola Island, where I lived too in the 70s, a wonderful place where I continued my yoga studies, and I was teaching there as well. So Mala, what posture are you going to present us today?
Today we're going to do Uttanasana, which is also what I call in kids yoga the waterfall pose. And we were guided so beautifully by Karine to really connect to the ground beneath our feet, to absorb that dynamic energy, that magnetic energy of the earth, to draw it up right through the full length of the body, all the way through to the crown of the head, so that we're simultaneously receiving the energy of the earth and the energy of the heavens above just flowing through, upward and downward simultaneously. So rooting our feet right down, we can flow our arms upward. You can join them together at the top of your head in a Namaste Anjali Mudra. If you like, there are different ways that we can come forward. You should feel free to bend your knees if that's more comfortable. We're hinging over from the hips, really supporting ourselves with that stability of the earth as we flow down, drawing that divine energy through the whole form of the body, drawing the frontal body into the line of the legs. When we reach the bottom, we might like to join our hands, holding our elbows, just letting the weight of the upper body just hang down, naturally feeling the flow of the force of gravity drawing the energy through us, just letting those vertebrae spread apart, feeling nice and open, feeling that connection, that waterfall that flows without being ever concerned about anything that blocks its way. We are just gathering this divine energy from heaven, from the earth. You can release the hands, you can reach behind the legs, any part of the legs that are comfortable for your body to hold. Letting the crown of the head magnetize down towards Mother Earth. And then on your inhalation, rooting down firmly through the feet, drawing the body upward towards the sky, receiving that divine emanation, uniting heaven and earth in that eternal flow of being. Drawing your hands back into Namaste, connecting the finger pads together, the palms together, the feet to the earth, the breath to the center of your being. And we can try that one more time, drawing the arms up with an in-breath. Exhaling as we flow forward. Drawing the frontal line of the body towards the line of the legs. This time we might like to hold on to the legs or just have our finger pads on the floor coming up halfway, which is called Ardha Uttanasana, just stretching out from the lower spine. So then we can come back down with a new, fresh awareness. And on our next inhalation, flowing upward, really grounding through the feet to inform the pose, and drawing our energy back to the center of our being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mala. Thank you so much. You know, this is the history of yoga here. People who have given their lives over the last 20, 30, 40 years to make yoga what it is today in Vancouver. And so she's a holder of tradition, and she's worked so hard. So thank you again for everything you've done. And for all the children who now learn yoga through the teachers she's trained. Hari Om. Thank you, Mala. So our next guest is a mover and a shaker, Georgina Varvaris. You know, it's a nice thing to do yoga and practice yoga and teach yoga. What also is an art in which Georgina has actually mastered quite well is to make sure that yoga is widespread through yoga centers that work, that attract people, that train wonderful yoga teachers. So she is the founder of Open Door Yoga in Vancouver. She's one of my favorite people, and she is just a wonderful teacher. So today, Georgina, what are you teaching us?
I'm going to teach Kapalabhati and
Bhujangasana.
That's right.
So if you would like to come to your seat again, a comfortable seated position to do our first pranayama, something that really helps us to be energized for the day, energized for the class. Kapalabhati, or as some of you might know it as shining skull, is really a great practice to do as long as you're not pregnant or you don't have any heart condition. So if that's the case for you, please feel free to just breathe very deeply from the lower belly. We start by just giving, some of you who already know it can start, but some tips or reminders. We start by bringing one hand at the lower belly, the other hand at the heart. And you can turn inward again by just gently closing your eyes, or maybe just soften the gaze if that is preferable. And before we start, just notice the quality of your breathing. Notice how just when you bring attention to that, how it deepens. Keep bringing attention to what you want deepening. We're going to do Kapalabhati just as a trial a few times. It's just to think about pumping or exhaling, pumping the belly back. Do not think about the inhale. Try it. What you should feel is the hand at the belly tucking back. The hand at the heart. Can you now bring it up under your nasal passage? And you should be able to feel a burst of breath coming out. Great. And if you do feel that, you can release your hands. And let's start together. It's nice to work in community here, breathing together. Let's just one big Buddha belly breath together and begin. Exhale, exhale, keep going. Go at your own pace. Feel free to stop at any time if you feel dizzy at all. We'll go for 10 more rounds. 4, 3, 2, 1, and release. Close your eyes if your eyes have opened, and just pause for a moment. Maybe bow the head to the heart, and just notice the effects. Sounds like a lot of you are keeping going. That's great. If you would like to repeat this, we will. If it didn't feel quite right for you, feel free to just go back to a deep diaphragmatical breath, deep belly breath. And this time we'll go together with one rhythm. I'll give you a rhythm to pump the belly at, or just follow your own rhythm. When you're ready, alert the spine, lift the heart. One big Buddha belly together and begin. Belly back, 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 back. Keep going with this rhythm. We'll do about 10 more, if you're still with us. 4, 3, 2, 1, and release. Once again, close your eyes. Bow your head to your heart. And notice the effects of Kapalabhati. It's said to bring up a lot, so I'll let you answer that for yourself. But do know, one less coffee a day with a Kapalabhati in the morning, lots of stimulation to your digestive system, lots of prana, blood, fresh oxygenated blood to the brain, which can't hurt. I'd like to ask you to keep your awareness below the thinking, but just above the state of sleep. As we continue moving through the body, please listen to your body and let your body guide you. Let that inner essence decide where you go. We'll continue on to the belly, and you'll just come onto your belly with your elbows underneath your shoulders. Like a sphinx, you're lifting the heart forward and up and relaxing your shoulders down the back. Now, if this is already feeling strenuous on your back, bring your elbows wider. Or even come all the way down and create a pillow with your arms and rest, absorbing the benefits of deep breathing. Those of you who feel comfortable to stay here, we're going to stay for 3 full breaths. Again, maybe close your eyes or just soften your gaze. And see if you can feel the belly breathing right into the earth, right into the ground that you're resting on. And as you exhale, squeeze your shoulder blades together to give a little bit more lift of your heart. And you can think of the top of the head reaching up to the sky, the great big blue sky above us. Two more breaths. Relax your shoulders. One more breath. Lift your heart. And then slowly release. Releasing your head down. You can create a pillow on you, in front of you with your arms and rest on your right cheek. And just pause for a moment to enjoy the effects of warming the back. The cobra is a really safe way to start to open up and strengthen in where our core begins, in the back body. You can check in if resting is more appropriate for your body right now, or coming back to cobra. To Sphinx. Otherwise, we're going to practice Cobra. We'll either keep the elbows under the shoulders or bring your palms under your shoulders. Roll your shoulders back and down and lengthen through the back of the neck. Bring your chin towards the mat and then start to bring your heart up without using your arms as best you can. Then it's nice to use the arms, but that kind of builds our arm strength. And we're really wanting to build the back strength here, the core strength. So see if you can lift without using the arms. You might even try picking up your hands off the mat and see if your spine will stay up. Yeah, that's how far you want to go. And the eyes can stay focused on the third eye, or soften, close your eyes if you prefer. Keep lifting the heart with each inhale, relaxing the shoulders. Heart towards the sky. Shoulders down the back. 3 more breaths. 2 more breaths. Beautiful. 1 more breath. Lift your heart to that sun. And as you exhale, slowly coming down. And I'll pass the mic over, but it would be a nice place now to, again, turn the cheek to the other side. Bring your hands like a pillow. And bring your feet up and just wipe your back. Let your feet go side to side so you can send that back energy throughout. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Thank you very much. So we still have quite a few teachers to teach the class. Try and keep your intervention within 5 minutes if you may. Meera Singh, are you ready to teach us Jatara Parivartasana? So we're in the spinal twist period of the teaching class. So Meera, you can use this mat if you like. And Jenny Chan, she's a Shivananda graduate. She will walk around, Jenny, and make sure if you need help in the posture, she will help you. So thank you for being here. Jeff McKenzie should be here too and helping with the postures. So please, yoga teachers, walk amongst the students and help them with the postures here. So fix that a little bit. Yeah. So now Meera Singh. Here's a wonderful woman. She's from the Ramakrishna Mandir in Richmond, and she founded many years ago what was known at the time the Vedic Yoga Ashram in Richmond. with Laura, and they've done a wonderful job. They've trained some of the best yoga teachers in the Lower Mainland, including my young friend Waylon Belding, who's one of the best Hatha yogis in the world. So this woman, again, you know, behind the scene, has trained and has been teaching yoga for 20 to 30 years, devoting her life to it. And this is what we're celebrating today. It's people who have supported this amazing science from India called yoga. And you know, today, Vancouver is the world capital of yoga in many ways. Well, it's partly due not to the people you see in the forefront all the time. It's due to people like Meera Singh here, who in the back has been supporting the yoga community. So we're very proud to have you here today. Thank you. So Meera Singh, what are you teaching us? Please explain.
Chaturanga Pratibha is called belly twist.
Belly twist.
So we do have a lot of problem with big bellies, and with a big belly you will have a lower back problem. Your gluteus medius and maximus, lower spine problem. So this asana that I'm going to give is belly twist. Let's call belly twist. The Sanskrit word is too hard to understand. So I'll be on the floor with you. I like everybody to get on your back, not on your belly, just on your back. And I'm going on my back. You probably will see me from the stage there. So this is your pelvis floor that we're going to concentrate on. Your belly floor, the central nervous system, a lot of diseases, a lot of stress and tension in today's modern age is to do with stress and fatigue, anxiety, depression. And this will take you deep into your immune system, Shushmana Nari, the vital force of who we are, the breath. So let's get onto our back, everybody. Straight leg, your hands both into aeroplane wing. Spread your both arms like a wing. Relax your feet. Totally connect your Sushmana Nari, central nervous system, to the force of gravity. Feel your both shoulders touching the gravity, your pelvis, and your heels. Take a deep breath in and slowly bend your both knees. The both ankles and the both knees should be touching right through, going down on your right. The ankle and the knees should not be separated. Again, take a deep breath in and slowly move your ankles and the knees right down towards the right. The upper body is now going on to the left. A deep stretch of your pelvis floor, your pelvis, lower spine, opening your chest, and this whole system is connecting from the brain to the pelvis floor. Shushmana Nari, the central nervous system is awakening. Keep breathing, taking your knees as down as possible to the force of gravity, touching the earth, the Mother Earth, who nourishes, takes care of us. The both arms should still be open and connected to the gravity. Slowly take a deep breath in. Slowly move your both ankles and the knees to the central point again. Relax. We're going to go on the left now. Only your ankles and the knees, not your arms. Take a deep breath in. Slowly move your knees and the ankles without any separation towards the deep left. Feel your pelvis floor opening. Very gentle. Never put any effort onto your asanas, your postures. So both shoulders are down. You are into aeroplane wing. Take a deep breath in and out. Send the energy right from the brain to the pelvis, your Sushmana Nari, your central nervous system. Your belly, your core muscle has been twisted deeply, getting rid of any digestive problems. And your central nervous system is energized. Slowly take a deep breath in and exhale. Slowly bring both ankles and the knees together to the central point. Breathe in, separate your both legs hip width apart. Your knees are still bent and you are separated hip width apart. This is more intensified, more going deeper into your twist, your belly twist. Take a deep breath in. Slowly move the knees separated far apart and go down as far as you can feel. And you can feel that this is more deeper separation than the first one. You can feel your pelvis, your hip, your gluteus medius and maximus, deep chest opening, shoulder opening, and energy passing right from the crown to deep into your kundalini, your pelvis floor. Take a deep breath in, slowly start moving to the central point where you started. We're going to go on to the other side. Take a deep breath in. Separated knees into a deep, intensified stretch. Both knees trying to touch the ground. Feel your leg muscles, your thigh muscles. Feel your belly twisting, lower back, upper shoulders. Slowly take a deep breath in. Again, slowly come back to the central point. Now put the both legs and straight your both legs down. Take a deep breath in. Separation and deeper side of this belly twist is now happening. Take a deep breath in. Lift your left leg straight. Do not bend your knee. Your toes are pointing. And take this leg right across the body and touch your right fingers. The left toes, right fingers going very deep. And some of you might be able to hold your toes. And if you're not, just try your best to get the leg straight towards your fingers on the opposite side of the body. A very deep twist of your spine. And do not make any hard effort. You are all probably first time practicing with a teacher. Just do your best where you can feel the straight leg right from the pelvis, right down to the opposite hands. Let the fingers go. Take a deep breath in, straight leg up again to the starting point and bring it down. Relax. We're going to take the right leg up. Take a deep breath in, lift the right leg, pointed fingers. Exhale, bending towards the opposite fingers as gently as you can. And you may be able to touch the toes, but do not worry. Just try to get to that point. Deep stretch from the pelvis to your feet. Relax. Take a deep breath in. Bring it up again. Go back to the position where we started. Relax your arms beside you. Relax the body. Relax your immune system. Relax your organs. Into a few seconds of rest. Thank you for sharing your yoga with me. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Meera Singh. Thank you very much. You know, twisting the spine is very, very important. Thank you, Meera. Very important. There's a few more spine twisting postures that you can do that are easy. For example, you sit with your right leg folded under you, or let's stretch your left leg out. Now place your right foot on the other side of your left knee. Very good. Now inhale, bring your right arm up, put it on the left side of your right foot. And then you put your left hand behind your back, exhale and twist to the left. This is Vakrasana. And just hold it for 20 seconds. Enjoy twisting the spine. Make sure all the prana, the life force, carried through the bloodstream. feeds all the capillary vessels in the spine, rejuvenating the spine. And then release. And now stretch the right leg out. Keep the left foot on the other side of the right knee. And then inhale, bring your left arm up. Place it on the other side of your right foot. And your right arm behind. And twist to the right. Exhale. Twist the spine. 20 seconds. And then release. So there's other spinal twists that can be done. Ardha Matsyendrasana, I'll just show you. When you take yoga classes, can take slightly more advanced. And this asana, Matsyendra, is important. That's why I want to show it to you. Ardha Matsyendrasana, because we're not going to do it fully, but Matsyendra was the first yogi. He was instructed by Lord Shiva. Long story short, he was a fish, a Matsya, and he listened to Lord Shiva's class, and Shiva transformed him into a human being, and he became Matsyendra, and he was the first human to start teaching yoga, and his disciples included Goraknath and Swatmarama, who wrote the Hatha Yoga Pradipika. So there's a whole mythology of why twisting the spine is so important. So however you do it, from your back, or sitting with legs stretched out, or a little bit more complex, do twist your spine. Yoga is one of the very few disciplines in the world that actually stretches you not only forward and backward, but also sideways. So the next posture we're going to do is with a disciple of Swami Satchitananda. Swami Satchitananda is the guru that opened the Woodstock Festival in the 60s. And Swami Satchitananda is also a disciple of Swami Shivananda. Swami Shivananda is responsible for basically sending all these yogis. Swami Radha, who opened the first yoga center here in '57 and has an ashram in Yasodhara. Swami Radha studied with Swami Shivananda. Swami Vishnudevananda, my guru, the flying Swami, brought yoga to the Western world. And then Swami Satchitananda, who was your teacher, Gopalji.
That was 1968.
Yes. So 1968, Swami Satchitananda came, and Gopal Bello here, who's a great yoga teacher, a master of the Yoga Sutras, he will be here this afternoon as well. You don't want to miss this part of the program, is going to teach us today. Vrikshasana. Vrikshasana.
Come on, stand up, everyone.
Yes.
So one of the first things you have to really know about yoga is that yoga is a verb, right? It's something you are, it's being. Now, there are so many different poses, there are so many breathing techniques, but all of them are designed to do one thing, to keep you connected to our planet, to keep you connected to the sky space. We are conduits. And if you stay in balance, that's the key. If you keep yourself in balance, you will allow yourself to feel, just as our Jeffrey talked about before, Kavindra Rishi. It's important to stay attuned to our planet, to stay attuned to the planets and the stars that are surrounding us. So, do you know how balance works? What I want you to do is stand with your feet parallel, not in a V shape, because if you're in a V shape, it's going to be more difficult. Just stand, unlock your knees. If you can, close your eyes or soft focus your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath in, so start with your abdomen. Breathe into the abdomen, up into the rib cage, your chest. And as you exhale, I want you to know, what foot are you standing more on? Where is your weight? Is your weight shifted right, or is your weight shifted left? Just take a few breaths and pay attention to that. That's important, because that's going to point out a part of your brain that needs to be stimulated. You might have a slight torque and imbalance. We all do. So with balancing poses, you want to know, where am I shifting? So does everyone know shifting right or left? All right, that's important. See if you can now completely balance your body on both legs equally. Now that's dynamic. Every time you take a breath, it shifts. So I want you to unlock your knees and take some breaths, and notice you're shifting. There's wind blowing. There's the mind. So as you're breathing, I want you to shift your weight to your right leg. Very gently. Put all the weight onto the right leg. And then feel as if you had roots coming out of your foot, planting you. So there's about 6 feet around you, you're setting out these roots, these pranic energy field. It's there. Let's tune into it. So as you're now shifted to the right, just raise your left foot an inch off the floor and see if you can maintain that same movement. Do not try to be steady. No such thing with balancing. Balancing is dynamic. Then slowly rotate your left knee off to the side. And if you need to, keep your toes on the floor. That's fine. If you want to, bring the bottom of the foot inside your ankle. If you can go up a little higher, maybe to your calf. That's not important. What I want you to do is I want you to move a bit. I want you to breathe deeply. I want you to relax with one foot holding you up, one leg giving you support. And just breathe deeply now. Deep, slow breaths. Now slowly bring your hands into Namaskar Mudra. Some of you didn't do slowly. You notice how you moved? Now hold that position and breathe deeply. So deep breaths in. And after you've inhaled, pause just for a second. And then as you exhale, feel as if you're giving back. So breathe in the oxygen. Exhale. Now here's what I'd like you to do. From this position, feel the connection. The earth is sending energy up your leg, up through your torso, and right out through the top of your head. You are now connected. You're a conduit. Breathe into that. Feel it. As gracefully and as slowly as you can, bring the hands over your head. Hold that for a moment, prayer position if you can. See if your hands, your arms can touch your ears. Breathe into that. You are now a lightning rod. Feel that. That cosmic dust coming down through your hands, arms, down through your heart, into your solar plexus, through your pelvis, down your leg, and it connects you back to earth again. We're not separated ever. Now on the next exhalation, slowly arms down, gently, really gracefully. You're dancers in the space. And then bring both feet down again and bounce. Balancing poses stimulate a part of your brain that absolutely is essential. And especially when you've been doing this for a long time, you get to where my age is, you want your brain to be firing. Balancing poses stimulate your brain. Do balancing poses, your memory will stay with you as you get older. All right, let's go to the other side now. So, body weight down the left leg. I want you, let's stop for a moment. Go back to both feet again. Bend your knees. Close your eyes for a moment. Take a deep breath. Are you leaning right or are you leaning left? Notice. Don't try to change it first. I want you to notice where your natural propensity is, where your imbalance is located. So breathe into that for a moment so you feel it. All right, now, left leg. Shift to the left leg. I want you to take a moment to bring roots, pranic roots, energy roots coming out of that left foot, surrounding you, a 6-foot circle around you. You've got roots. You can put that other leg anywhere you want. So on your left leg now, raise your right foot up an inch. And see if you can just stabilize on your left leg without doing anything other than raising the foot up an inch. Then rotate the knee off to your right. Beautiful. Bring the foot to the inside of the left leg, anywhere that's comfortable for you. Advanced students, you can bring it up to your thigh. If you can hold your balance, breathe deeply, stabilize. Take a moment, use your breath. Those who know Ujjayi breath, use that little hissing breath. That'll create a steady, slim stream of air that'll help you to hold it. Now go into Namaskar Mudra. Hands on the chest. So the thumbs are touching your sternum. And breathe into that. Make this an asana, a comfortable seat inside yourself. Find your comfort within this pose. Breathe deeply into it. Lengthen your exhalations. But feel your connection to earth. Separate your toes as much as you can. Try not to, I see a couple white toesies out there. Try not to have white toesies. Relax your toes. It's all dynamic. You're going to be moving. Breathe into that. Slowly from prayer position on the chest, slowly bring the arms overhead, but gracefully. Do it in a line of energy that maintains balance. And now you're lifting and reaching up to the sky space. And you're using the breath always, inhaling. A little pause, just a slight kumbhak, and then a long, slow exhalation. Breathe into that for another few seconds. Now slowly dismount, but slowly. First arms, and then your leg. Bring both feet to the ground. Close your eyes for a moment, and take a deep breath. I had the good fortune, open your eyes. I had the good fortune with Swami Satchidananda. The first thing he told me when I was a 20-year-old young kid wondering what this was all about, he said, yoga's not standing on your head, it's standing on your feet. Balance every moment. So whatever position you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, if you maintain that balance, no matter how you get torqued, no matter how you get out of balance, because we're yogis, we know how to align again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gopal. That's great. Thank you very much. Stay around this afternoon. Gopal and all the other teachers will have great testimonies for you. Every 10 minutes, there'll be a little yoga class and more testimonies, so you're going to stretch more, but listen to some great stories. My next guest is the queen of yoga in Western Canada, Sandra Sammartino. Please welcome her. Sandra's trained more yoga teachers than there actually are on the planet right now, or something like that. It's so lovely to have you here.
Thank
Many
you.
Yoga teachers here have been trained by you. You've done wonderful work, and it's really a pleasure and an honor to have you. And you're so beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
what
so
are you
much.
teaching us today, Sandra?
First of all, I would like to thank Shri Venu for inviting me to be here. I feel so honored to be a part of the first International UN Yoga Day. And I know that yoga is going to continue to grow and flower across the whole of the planet, because yoga is a healing art that I discovered quite accidentally when I was 29 years old. I'm now 73 years old. I've been doing yoga seriously all of those years. It saved my life. It helped me to raise my 3 children, and it helped me to move forward in my life. And I would so much like for you to understand how yoga works. There are so many different forms of yoga, but they all come from the same root, and they have the same principles. And one of the principles of asana, which we are doing, asana means as, to bring, to be, and to bring it together with na, the eternal cosmic vibration. And prana is the eternal cosmic vibration of yoga. It's the energy of yoga. And there are principles in asana. And the first principle of asana is that we move the prana through our body. And it's so interesting to me that when we breathe with our proper breathing muscles, and when we align the bones of our body, prana moves through our body. And each asana is a vehicle to receive the prana. And we're receiving the prana from that asana that we need. They're like vitamin pills that we take to bring that particular quality into our bodies. And today I'm going to work with the vitamin pill of the warrior position. And we're going to take the warrior position that is the one that helps us to balance both sides of our body. And everything in yoga is simple. It's very simple. And anything that is important in life is simple. It's not complicated. So you just take a little stride and you make it for you. You don't have to adjust to asana. Asana adjusts to you. And then you balance the bones of your body. You go to your bones. And you bring your hands onto your chest because you want to get rid of any hardness or armoring. So you soften, you soften, you soften through your chest. And then when you bring your arms up, they stay very soft and you move through your bones. And you do that in every asana. Every asana is the same. And you open it from your heart. And the breath moves through the back of your body. Most of our breathing muscles are on the back of our body. So you breathe in through the back of your body, and then you breathe out. Now you bring your arms down and you bring them onto your legs. We always bring just the right tension in our legs. When you hold two ends of a string, if you have just the right tension, the string vibrates. You get just the right tension in your legs and they vibrate with prana. When prana vibrates through the bones of your legs, it's going to move through the whole of your body. And it begins to remove the deep emotional pain that we all carry. And it begins to stream through us so that it feels good and rejuvenating. So your hands are on your legs with just the right tension. And then you turn one foot out and you bring the back heel out, and let's all go in the same direction. And you just bend this knee. You align your bones right over your foot, and it's just a nice little stride and just right little asana. If you want more, you can bring your foot out a little bit more, but you can't sink in your hips because the bones have to align, and we don't want to have we don't want this. We don't want that. We want this area nice and open, the hips square, the knee back, and we just bend a little bit. And then because warrior number 2 balances us inwardly, let's bring to mind something in our life that we really need to keep our balance with. And then we just let the arms float up, soften through the chest, and we get just the right tension for both sides. Now, if you want a little bit more, you can squiggle out a bit and come down. But let that breath come through the back of your body and then lift out of your hip sockets with just the right tension without moving your pelvis. Now, let's take it right to our edge. See how far you can go. Come down a little bit further, squiggle out a bit to keep the knee right over your foot, and then lift out of your pelvis, lift out of it, create sunflowers so that you just get that openness. And from our heart, let's open through our arms as if we're hugging somebody. And then straighten through your leg and come back up. Bring your arms down. Turn in the opposite direction. And bring that back foot in just a little bit. And bend again. Bring that weight back into the back leg and let your arms float up in that hug. And let's bring the arms down again. Bring them onto the chest to soften. Soften, soften, float up like a hug. Like a hug. That's it. And then if you want to go in just a little deeper, you can squiggle out and come down just a little bit more, bending that. Now bring to mind something in your life that you really need to keep your balance for. And when you've got that in your body, creating it in your body, just look over that front arm and hold that intention. And then slowly come back up, bring your feet forward, and come into center. Bring one hand onto the center of your chest, bring the other hand onto your middle, and soften and close your eyes and let the breath go through the back of your body. Widen through the back. Widening and allowing that breath to center you. Feel for the prana in your body. The prana is either in our body or it's feeding that conscious thinking rascal mind. Breathe through your back and allow that prana to come through the body. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. That was wonderful. Wait a minute. We'll take care of the microphone. Don't
Thank
worry
you.
about it. Well, that's great. We have one more posture for you people. Trikonasana, triangle. You know, Sanskrit is at the origin of most of our European languages. Triangle, trikona, triangle in French, and so on and so forth. We could go on with so many words who have their roots into Sanskrit language. So, it is the sacred language. Our next guest is putting her headset on. She is the junior of the group, I would say, but she is still 20 plus years yoga teacher. Her name is Maggie Ray. She has a wonderful voice, and now she's all tangled in wires and so on and so forth.
Okay,
there
that's
you go,
better.
you got it. All right, so Maggie Ray's got a wonderful voice. She's a yoga teacher, and yoga has changed her life. You're going to share with us
Yes.
this afternoon. So tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll finish with a nice trikonasana.
So I'm a yoga therapist, which means that I focus on the healing aspects of yoga for the body, mind, and spirit. So I teach from the Krishnamacharya lineage from India, and I hope you enjoy this version of Trikonasana, Uttita Trikonasana, standing triangle. So if you could just stand to the side, and you can be on your mat if that's more comfortable. You can face any way that you like. And your feet traditionally are one leg width apart because we're creating an equal triangle. And if you can, your feet are parallel, but you're welcome to turn your feet out in this first version so that you have a bit more movement in your hips. And this is how Krishnamacharya taught it in his later years. So I thought I'd share this with you. You don't see this much in the West. So you're going to inhale, bring your arms up, shoulder height, with your palms facing down. And as you exhale, you're going to elongate towards the left. Krishnamacharya said, go to the mother before the father. So we go to the left before the right. The other hand is extending up. And if you can, for your neck, you're looking up to the sky. Otherwise, if you have a neck like mine, you're looking straight or down. And as you inhale, coming up, we're going to do a vinyasa, a flow. All this flow yoga comes from Krishnamacharya's work. And as we exhale, going to the other side, to the right, now to the Father. And stretching up to the sky, rooting down to the earth. Hold your Mula Bandha, your root. As you inhale into the chest, the lower ribs coming up to standing. And exhale through your center. So we're going to do a flow. It's going to be a moving triangle. Inhale, arms coming up, shoulder height. Start to exhale, then start to move towards your left. And feel that triangle reaching for the sky, rooting for the earth. Feel like your back is on the wall. Don't go down too far. Exhale, draw your Mula Bandha in. Inhale, reaching up to the sky, coming up to standing. Start to exhale, engage the pelvic floor. Start to come to the other side, the right. Extending the left arm up, the right arm down. Feel like there's a wall behind you. You're lengthening along that wall. Exhale, draw your belly in, pelvic floor in. Inhale, coming up, breathing from the chest to the belly. Exhale, hands coming down. Okay, we're going to do a slightly more advanced version. And this is more from Iyengar Yoga. You're going to bring the left foot turning out, the right foot slightly in. Traditionally, it's heel to arch alignment. Most of us heel to heel works much better, or even wider. Okay? So your left foot turned out. You're inhaling, bringing your arms up, shoulder height. As you exhale, tipping the hips towards the right, extending along that imaginary wall, drawing your left hip back, coming into that triangle, maybe looking up to the sky. See, there's more room to move now, going a little deeper. Don't go too deep. Keep your back nice and long. Exhale, draw the belly in. As you inhale, breathe into the chest, the lower ribs, then full belly as you come up. Switching the feet now so that they're parallel in the center. We're going to move to the other side and we're going to flow again. On your next exhale, extending your left hip back, extending along that imaginary wall as you come down towards the right to the farther side. Find your Ujjayi breath. On your next exhale, engage the pelvic floor, Mula Bandha, the root lock. Inhale into the upper chest, lower chest as you come up. Find your triangle at the center. Exhale, hands down. That's one round. We're going to do one more round together. Feel that triangle in your legs, that equilateral triangle. Hopefully your feet feel okay. If they're not comfortable in this aligned position, feel free to turn the feet so that they're comfortable. Exhale, find the root through the feet, through the pelvic floor, Mula Bandha. Inhale, upper chest, lower chest as you bring your arms up, turning your left foot out. Start to exhale, then start to move towards your left. The left hip is drawing back, the right hip is opening, arms aligned, maybe looking up to the sky. On your next exhale, draw the belly in, pelvic floor in. Start to inhale, then start to come up towards your center. We're doing vinyasa here. Feet parallel. Start to rotate to the other side, aligning heel to arch. On your next exhale, lengthening along that imaginary wall behind you, heading towards your right leg. Don't go down so far that your back loses its natural alignment. Reaching for the sky, inhale, exhale, draw the belly in, pelvic floor in. Inhale, coming up to standing, palms facing down, feet parallel. Exhale, hands coming down, and come to the front of your mat in Samastitihi. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Maggie. That was wonderful. Thank you very much.
you.
So stay around because Maggie will testify as to how yoga has made her life so much better. I have students here who are part of a Healthiest Winner, guys from Trout Lake, and these guys are awesome. You know, for 2 years I've been teaching them yoga, and they went from, you know, some people had terrific, horrendous accidents. You know, every bone of the body was broken, Richard. Internal organs were all over the place, and yoga basically is part of what has made you today a guy who can do Surya Namaskar, sun salutation, that can do all the postures. And Tanya the same, she walks, she runs, she plays ball and does yoga now, and she had many challenges too. So yoga is a healing science, but it's also, if you're healthy, it just maintains your health. So now normally we would have Shavasana, relax on your back, but what we're going to do, because we're running out of time, we're just going to finish with a short mantra to finish. So if you would please sit on your mat, we'll take 30 seconds to honor the great blessings of Bharat, of India, that has brought us yoga, and all the great masters, Shivananda, Krishnamacharya, Sri Aurobindo, Swami Vishnudevananda, Patabi Joyce, Sri Devi, Swami Radha, and all the others. And I want to thank Shakti from Padma Yoga College, who is not here. She is in Israel. She's a pioneer here in BC. And also Hari Singh and Guru Raj, who are from the Kundalini Yoga lineage, who could not be here. They're in New Mexico. So all of those of you who are not here today, we still love you and honor you. So let's finish with 3 Oms. Normally we would do the whole Mahamrityunjaya mantra, Om Triambakam. But we'll do 3 Oms, very heartfelt, and then Om Shanti 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 Om. And then I will salute my teachers, and when you hear Maharaji Ki, then you all go Jai. So remember that you're participating in this, all right? So let's do 3 Oms together. Inhale deeply. Exhale completely. Inhale. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Bolo Sadguru Swami Shivananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Bolo Shri Guru Swami Vishnudevananda Maharaj Ki Jai. Bolo Shri Guru, all the great teachers, the great masters who have brought yoga and preserved it for thousands of years, Maharaj Ki Jai. Om Tat Sat. So have a break, have some food, some refreshments, stay out of the sun. There's a few tents here, and make sure your car is well parked. Gopal will take over for a couple hours. My friend Gopal, I'm Venu, he's Gopal. Together we're Venu Gopala. So Gopal will continue with great testimonies from the teachers here. And so be there. Grand Chief Phil Lane will be here too. And you'll have amazing testimonies. And with yoga postures as well, so you don't all fall asleep. Thank you very much. I'll see you later for Kirtan at 3 p.m. Music, tabla, harmonium, guitar, great voices. Hari Om Tat Sat.
prizes or draw? Okay, so it's, we have a door prize. Okay, so this is the situation.
Hi, hi.
Hey.
Very good. Enjoyed that very much. Just as to know.
Yeah, so this actually lady, Gabrielle, she's going to be... Nothing's being said. No one's presenting for her. We're not showing a video.
इस बात के लिए गर्व अनुभव करता है कि यूएनओ ने इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाया। दुनिया के 177 कंट्रीज ने उसको को स्पॉन्सर किया और भारत की अनमोल विरासत आज विश्व की अनमोल विरासत बनी है। ये अहम को वयम के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास है। ये स्व को समष्टि के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास है। जड़ चेतन में एकत्व की अनुभूति कराने का प्रयास है। और इसलिए आज जो विश्व अकेलेपन की ओर बढ़ रहा है, परिवार में भी हर व्यक्ति अलग है। भीड़ में भी हम अपने आप को अकेला महसूस करते हैं। दुनिया के अंदर भी हर देश अपने आप को अकेला महसूस करता है। ये अवस्था कल्याणकारी नहीं है। प्रकृतिदत्त व्यवस्था है जुड़ना, जड़ चेतन से साथ जुड़ना, और उसके लिए योग एक माध्यम है। हम प्रकृति से कैसे जुड़े, अपनों से कैसे जुड़े, अपनेपन से कैसे जुड़े, मेरे भीतर जो कुछ भी है उससे मैं कैसे जुड़ूं। समाज अवस्था में चारों तरफ तनाव दिखाई दे रहा है। क्या तनाव से मुक्ति का कोई मार्ग ही नहीं हो सकता है? अगर स्थायी भाव से तनाव मुक्ति चाहिए तो अंतर्मन में स्थिरता चाहिए। अंतर्मन की स्थिरता का अवसर आता है योग साधना से। प्रतिदिन निश्चित समय हम अपने भीतर जाने के लिए लगा देंगे और योग के जो रास्ते हैं उससे सरलता से किया जा सकता है। मुझे विश्वास है कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के द्वारा विश्व जो तनाव के संकट से गुजर रहा है, व्यक्ति जो तनाव महसूस करता है, व्यक्ति जो अपनी समस्याओं को अगल बगल में भी शेयर कर नहीं पा रहा है, वो खुद के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ करके अपने तनावों को मुक्त करने का सामर्थ्य प्राप्त कर सकता है। और आखिरकार व्यक्ति तनाव मुक्त होगा तो समाज भी तनाव मुक्त बनेगा। समाज तनाव मुक्त बना तो पूरा मानव जात तनाव मुक्त बन सकती है। और मानव जात तनाव मुक्त हो तो फिर पूरा विश्व सुख, शांति और सौहार्द के वातावरण से पुलकित हो सकता है। तो एक बड़े सपने को लेकर के छोटा सा आरंभ योग से होता है। और मैं पूरे विश्व समुदाय का योगा दिवस को समर्थन करने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूं, ये प्रयास आपकी जिंदगी को तनाव मुक्त बनाए, आपके जीवन को खुशियों से भर दें। आप भी वर्तमान में जीना सीखें, आप भी खुद के शक्ति और सामर्थ्य को पहचानें, अपने भीतर की शक्तियों को और अधिक शक्तिशाली बनाने के रास्ते को प्राप्त करें। आप देखिए, अगर आपका भला हुआ तो दुनिया का भला अपने आप उसमें समाहित है। आपसे शुरू करने का काम है ये योगा, और आज विश्व ने इसको स्वीकार किया है। जो प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर को विश्वास करते हैं उनके लिए भी उपयोगी है, जो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर में विश्वास करते हैं ये उनके लिए भी उपयोगी है। और जब आज की युवा पीढ़ी जहां हिंसा की ओर चली जाती है, जहां आत्महत्या की ओर चली जाती है, जहां डिप्रेशन की जिंदगी भी जीती है, उनको बचाने के लिए मैं समझता हूँ योगा सबसे सरल मार्ग है। आइए हम सब मिल करके मानव कल्याण के लिए उपयोगी इस एक महान शास्त्र के साथ जुड़े, महान विरासत के साथ जुड़े। और ये विरासत मानव की विरासत है, विश्व की विरासत है, ये विरासत आपकी विरासत है। और ये आपका दायित्व है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को उत्तम तरीके से ये विरासत हम सुपुर्द करें। और इसके लिए हम आज अपने आप को सज्ज करें। मेरी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। पूरा विश्व 21 जून अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं, कटिबद्ध हैं, प्रयत्नरत है। भारत इस बात के लिए गर्व अनुभव करता है कि यूएनओ ने इस विषय को आगे बढ़ाया। दुनिया के 177 कंट्रीज ने उसको को स्पॉन्सर किया और भारत की अनमोल विरासत आज विश्व की अनमोल विरासत बनी है। ये अहम को वयम के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास है, ये स्व को समष्टि के साथ जोड़ने का प्रयास है, जड़ चेतन में एकत्व की अनुभूति कराने का प्रयास है। और इसलिए आज जो विश्व अकेलेपन की ओर बढ़ रहा है, परिवार में भी हर व्यक्ति अलग है, भीड़ में भी हम अपने आप को अकेला महसूस करते हैं, दुनिया के अंदर भी हर देश अपने आप को अकेला महसूस करता है। ये अवस्था कल्याणकारी नहीं है। प्रकृतिदत्त व्यवस्था है जुड़ना, जड़ चेतन से साथ जुड़ना, और उसके लिए योग एक माध्यम है। हम प्रकृति से कैसे जुड़े, अपनों से कैसे जुड़े, अपनेपन से कैसे जुड़े, मेरे भीतर जो कुछ भी है उससे मैं कैसे जुड़ूं। समाज अवस्था में चारों तरफ तनाव दिखाई दे रहा है। क्या तनाव से मुक्ति का कोई मार्ग ही नहीं हो सकता है? अगर स्थायी भाव से तनाव मुक्ति चाहिए तो अंतर मन में स्थिरता चाहिए। अंतर मन की स्थिरता का अवसर आता है योग साधना से। प्रतिदिन निश्चित समय हम अपने भीतर जाने के लिए लगा देंगे और योग के जो रास्ते हैं उससे सरलता से किया जा सकता है। मुझे विश्वास है कि अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के द्वारा विश्व जो तनाव के संकट से गुजर रहा है, व्यक्ति जो तनाव महसूस करता है, व्यक्ति जो अपनी समस्याओं को अगल बगल में भी शेयर कर नहीं पा रहा है, वो खुद के साथ अपने आप को जोड़ करके अपने तनावों को मुक्त करने का सामर्थ्य प्राप्त कर सकता है। और आखिरकार व्यक्ति तनाव मुक्त होगा तो समाज भी तनाव मुक्त बनेगा। समाज तनाव मुक्त बना तो पूरा मानव जात तनाव मुक्त बन सकती है, और मानव जात तनाव मुक्त हो तो फिर पूरा विश्व सुख, शांति और सौहार्द के वातावरण से पुलकित हो उठ सकता है। तो एक बड़े सपने को लेकर के छोटा सा आरंभ योग से होता है, और मैं पूरे विश्व समुदाय का योगा दिवस को समर्थन करने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। और मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूं, ये प्रयास आपकी जिंदगी को तनाव मुक्त बनाए, आपके जीवन को खुशियों से भर दें, आप भी वर्तमान में जीना सीखें, आप भी खुद के शक्ति और सामर्थ्य को पहचानें, अपने भीतर की शक्तियों को और अधिक शक्तिशाली बनाने के रास्ते को प्राप्त करें। आप देखिए, अगर आपका भला हुआ तो दुनिया का भला अपने आप उसमें समाहित है। आपसे शुरू करने का काम है ये योगा, और आज विश्व ने इसको स्वीकार किया है। जो प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर को विश्वास करते हैं उनके लिए भी उपयोगी है, जो होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर में विश्वास करते हैं ये उनके लिए भी उपयोगी है। और जब आज की युवा पीढ़ी जहां हिंसा की ओर चली जाती है, जहां आत्महत्या की ओर चली जाती है, जहां डिप्रेशन की जिंदगी भी जीती है, उनको बचाने के लिए मैं समझता हूँ योगा सबसे सरल मार्ग है। आइए हम सब मिल करके मानव कल्याण के लिए उपयोगी इस एक महान शास्त्र के साथ जुड़े, महान विरासत के साथ जुड़े। और ये विरासत मानव की विरासत है, विश्व की विरासत है, ये विरासत आपकी विरासत है, और ये आपका दायित्व है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों को उत्तम तरीके से ये विरासत हम सुपुर्द करें, और इसके लिए हम आज अपने आप को सज्ज करें। मेरी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योगा दिवस के लिए आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं।
It's a great pleasure to join everyone on World Yoga Day on June 21st. And I've been reflecting on the remarkable popularity of yoga in the last 20 years. I started teaching meditation, and we have a Chopra Center in California where we have training for yoga teachers. And in the last 2.5 decades, we've seen an explosive popularity, a growth in the popularity of yoga. So today, it is my wish to communicate to everyone what the bigger message of yoga is. Yoga in Sanskrit is a word that comes from the Sanskrit word yuj, which means union. And union with what? Union with the source of all existence. As we say in the Vedanta, the self of the individual is the self of the universe. So the ultimate goal of yoga is to get in touch with your source, which is also the source of the universe. Anyone who's familiar with the 8 limbs of yoga as understood in the great text, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, he says the purpose of yoga is to get in touch with the source of the mind, the source of thought, which is also the source of everything in the universe. So the 8 limbs of yoga are roughly translated in contemporary language would be the yamas and niyamas, which are basically rules, or you might say suggestions for personal and social conduct. evolutionary conduct, evolutionary behavior, both personal and social. And then, of course, we have the asanas, which are usually translated as the postures of Hatha Yoga, but the asanas are really, the word means seat. So the asanas are seats of awareness, seats of consciousness. And each asana evokes a certain mood in consciousness also. When you're doing the warrior pose, there's a shift in consciousness to that warrior experience, and so on. Asanas, pranayam, which is breathing techniques. And then we have pratyahara, which is going inward and experiencing what's happening inside your body, mind, and your mental space as well, but also withdrawal of the senses. And then there's dhyan, which is meditation, dharana, which is focused awareness, and samadhi, which is transcendence. When we look at all these 8 limbs, we understand that yoga is a complete science of consciousness. Today, one of the hard problems in science is what is the biological basis of consciousness? And nobody can figure out the answer. How do atoms and molecules build up to a brain that gives rise to consciousness? And I think we have the hard problem because we are asking the wrong question. We are asking, how does physical reality create mental and spiritual experience? It's probably the wrong question based on a physicalist ontology. We need to relook at the whole picture because we don't have an answer to the hard problem because we're using a bottoms-up approach. A top-down approach would say there's consciousness, which is the causal body, which is, the individual jiva, atman, and brahman. Then there is the subtle body of mind, intellect, and ego, which is actually a projection of the causal body. And then there's the physical body of matter and energy, which gives rise to the experience of the physical world through the 5 senses. But it's not that the 5 senses are taking in information as much as they are going out through the light of awareness. So the senses are instruments for consciousness to express itself as mind, intellect, ego, physical body, and then the world through the light of awareness, which filters out through our nervous system. And the nervous system being part of our body is also, in a way, creation of consciousness. Consciousness conceives, governs, constructs, and becomes everything that we call reality, subjective reality, which is the mind, and then objective reality, which is the body and the universe. This is the real message of yoga. Now that yoga has achieved such a lot of popularity in the form of the asanas, the physical postures of Hatha Yoga, which, as I said, the word asana means seat of awareness. Now that yoga has achieved this great popularity in the world, I think we need to bring out the complete science of yoga, which is the science of consciousness, which is the science of the staff. It is only this science that can give us freedom from bondage. It is only this science that can get rid of the causes of suffering. In Vedanta, the causes of suffering are called the 5 kleshas: not knowing the true self, grasping and clinging the impermanent, being afraid of the impermanent, identifying with the ego, and the fear of death. And all these causes of suffering are contained in the first cause, not knowing the true self, which indeed is the self of the universe. Our fragmented mind has given rise to all kinds of problems in the world. Nuclear weapons, mechanized death, eco-destruction, pollution of our food, destruction of the environment, war, terrorism. Now we need to, through the science of yoga, go back to the whole mind. The whole mind is our true self. The word healing, the word health, the word holy are the same word. Healing is the return of the memory of who we really are, Atman, Brahman, the self of the universe. And when we have the return of this memory, then we are holy, we are healed. This is the true message of yoga. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak to you on World Yoga Day. I'm Deepak Chopra. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to join everyone on World Yoga Day on June 21st. And I've been reflecting on the remarkable popularity of yoga in the last 20 years. I started teaching meditation, and we have a Chopra Center in California where we have training for yoga teachers. And in the last 2.5 decades, we've seen an explosive popularity, a growth in the popularity of yoga. So today it is my wish to communicate to everyone what the bigger message of yoga is. Yoga in Sanskrit is a word that comes from the Sanskrit word yuj, which means union. And union with what? Union with the source of all existence. As we say in the Vedanta, the self of the individual is the self of the universe. So the ultimate goal of yoga is to get in touch with your source, which is also the source of the universe. Anyone who's familiar with the 8 limbs of yoga as understood in the great text, Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, he says the purpose of yoga is to get in touch with the source of the mind, the source of thought, which is also the source of everything in the universe. So the 8 limbs of yoga, roughly translated in contemporary language, would be the yamas and niyamas, which are basically rules, or you might say suggestions for personal and social conduct, evolutionary behavior, both personal and social. And then, of course, we have the asanas, which are usually translated as the postures of Hatha Yoga, but the asanas are really, the word means seat. So the asanas are seats of awareness, seats of consciousness. And each asana evokes a certain mood in consciousness also. When you're doing the warrior pose, there's a shift in consciousness to that warrior experience, and so on. Asanas, pranayam, which is breathing techniques, and then we have pratyahara, which is going inward and experiencing what's happening inside your body, mind, and your mental space as well, but also withdrawal of the senses. And then there's dhyan, which is meditation, dharana, which is focused awareness, and samadhi, which is transcendence. When we look at all these 8 limbs, we understand that yoga is a complete science of consciousness. Today, one of the hard problems in science is what is the biological basis of consciousness? And nobody can figure out the answer. How do atoms and molecules build up to a brain that gives rise to consciousness? And I think we have the hard problem because we are asking the wrong question. We are asking, how does physical reality create mental and spiritual experience? It's probably the wrong question based on a physicalist ontology. We need to relook at the whole picture because we don't have an answer to the hard problem because we're using a bottoms-up approach. A top-down approach would say there's consciousness, which is the causal body, which is, the individual jiva, atman, and brahman. Then there is the subtle body of mind, intellect, and ego, which is actually a projection of the causal body. And then there's the physical body of matter and energy, which gives rise to the experience of the physical world through the five senses. But it's not that the five senses are taking in information as much as they are going out through the light of awareness. So the senses are instruments for consciousness to express itself as mind, intellect, ego, physical body, and then the world through the light of awareness, which filters out through our nervous system, and the nervous system being part of our body is also in a way a creation of consciousness. Consciousness conceives, governs, constructs, and becomes everything that we call reality, subjective reality, which is the mind, and then objective reality, which is the body and the universe. This is the real message of yoga. Now that yoga has achieved such a lot of popularity in the form of the asanas, the physical postures of hatha yoga,
Hello, hello. Hey, everybody. We're going to start up soon with the speakers. Please come up here. So now you're going to have an opportunity to experience something that's a little bit different than we've done before with the yoga class, but you're going to hear from people who have been doing yoga for a very long time, but specifically, why? What got them into yoga? What was it that touched them and obviously continues to touch them, as we have people up here who have been on the stage who've been teaching for over 40 years. So just get comfortable, get some shade. I see we got some tents with chairs in it so you can get comfortable. We're going to start in about 5 minutes.
Check. This one's good. No, this one's not getting anything. It's a yellow one. All right. Check, check, check. Check.
enjoy your talk and let you know it's over. What? Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And we're going to start off by giving away 5 prizes. So I'm going to ask some questions, and you're going to have to shout loud and probably run up here so I can hear if you got the answer right. but I have some questions about alkalinity and acidity. Now, as yogis, what we know is that the balance of alkalinity and acidity is essential for the health of the body. So sometimes the body needs more acidity. That triggers the sympathetic nerves, and then we can get going. However, to be able to shift and go into an alkaline state, that blood, which is carbon dioxide poor, oxygen rich, that goes to the brain, and immediately what takes place is there's centers in your brain that just go, ah. And something that's near and dear to my heart, now my chest also, is the mind is like a monkey. So if anyone here does not know how the mind can jump around and keep you busy, the more active your mind is, the more stress is possible. That means that you have too much acidity in your bloodstream. That acidity, which by the way, our culture, we're overloaded with acidity. Our lakes, our streams, our air, our everything. There's too much acidity. In this body of ours, if there's too much acidity, what's going to happen is things are going to break down. So as in everything with yoga, is to create that unity, to create that balance, we need to have that in our own body. So what we're going to do is Santa Viva, we have offered 5 prizes. So I'm going to ask some questions about acidity and alkalinity. Someone who's got the right answer can go right over there to where that table is and go get their prize. All right. Your body is naturally alkaline. First person to tell me what your body's pH is wins. And there's a hint on the Santa Viva side, they show this. So who knows what the number is for the perfect alkalinity in your body? 5. What? 25.5, you'll probably be dead. 8, okay, this is going well, except I can't hear everyone, especially with the wind. 7.5. Ooh. You got it. 7.3. So go over there and get one of the prizes. That was good. 25, yeah, if you were 25, get artificial respiration going quickly. All right, second one. Santa Via adds natural minerals to the water for a healthier drinking water. And I think we all realize how important water is. So, for a healthy drinking water, one of those minerals is the one found primarily in your bones and teeth. This is a giveaway. What is it? What's the mineral that you need in your water for your bones and teeth? You said it first, okay. Go get your prize. Okay, all Santa Viva products are made of very safe plastics. This is key. I know too many people who use the water bottles and then leave it in their cars or they have it out in the heat. Not good. So all Santa Via products are made of very safe plastics, free from this chemical. What chemical is it? First one, yes. You can go get it. Third one, all right, we got 2 more. Drinking water while we exercise is extremely important. First person to come up and show me their reusable bottle of water wins. Was it? Okay, pick a number 1 to 10. It was 3, you get it. You can go over there. So one more. Okay, Santa Via adds natural minerals to your water, making it mineralized and alkaline with the Santa Via alkaline stick. These sticks are great, by the way. I use it. They're really good. And truly, get one. Now, hopefully someone's going to win the last one. So, making it mineralized and alkaline with the Santa Via alkaline stick, how long does that last? 1 week. 1 day. A smaller Did you say Thursdays? 30. Okay, no. Yeah, see, this is interesting. I actually didn't know this one even. Let me say it again. Santivia adds minerals to your water, making it mineralized and alkaline with the Santivia alkaline stick. How long does the stick last? So this is the actual how many times you can use this, right? Think big. Forever. That's really big. I love that. Now, we haven't found it yet. What was that? A year. 1 year. So when you get one of those sticks, you actually lasts a year. Water is essential. Thank you. Thank you, Santivia. Yeah. Yeah.
Where's my...
All right. Well, thank you for coming. The International Day of Yoga. I mean, it's a time when what we're doing, and obviously we're beginning, is to get people to recognize the importance of this science. This system has been around for thousands and thousands of years. Many of us, and those who are here, there are many in the room who have already found yoga and have realized what it's done for them. Something very big happens as you begin to realize that we're connected to everything. There is nothing that we're separate from. So in that way, what we thought was to have a few of the yogis who's been around for a long time. They've been practicing, they've been teaching, they live it, and in living it, what you have to do if you're a yoga practitioner is you have to share it. There's no way to open yourself up to that much juice, that much energy, and not in some way let it flow through. So these people you have here in front of you are all people who have dedicated their lives to this practice. And what we'd like to do is have them come up and share with you what was it that got me into yoga? What was it that was that defining moment where I said, this is it, this is what I want to do? So what I'd like to start with is I'd like to bring up Mala, a very dear friend and someone I've known for the last 40 years. Mala is a singer, songwriter. She is by far one of the most fun people to bring your children to so that they can get exposed to what yoga is about. She's a phenomenal person, so I'd like her to come up and share with us, and I think she's going to sing something for us. And Mala, I have a number of her CDs and play them often. There's a beautiful voice, a beautiful space. So thank you, Mala. No good. Yeah. Yeah, for the mic. Yeah, you want to bring that over? That's a good idea. Thanks, Kavindra. It's plugged in directly. It's okay. But that one's better. Yeah. Thanks, Kavindra. No, I'm off. I'm off.
Well, namaste. Hello, bonjour, hola, my latest language, as I'm spending lots of time in Guatemala these days. Yoga has been a lifetime awareness for me because my first yoga teacher was Swami Vishnudevananda. When my parents took us to the ashram on St. Lawrence Street, when I walked in, I remember the first day that I walked in, and the door opened and the smells of Indian spices and incense wafted into my nose, very new, very different. And we would do the asana practice. It was lots of fun. Vishnu was a very playful teacher, and the thing that I remember very vividly is how he would walk across this very long yoga room on his hands in both directions. And then my father would call out, "I do that upside down all the time." So that was a joyous memory. And that opened my awareness from a very young age to the fact that I breathe. When I would be sick, my mother would tell me to stand on my head and do breathing exercises. we never had medicine in our medicine cabinet. So yoga was introduced to me at a very young age, and even I became aware of my ego, because I would see how I would watch my mind. Particularly, I remember this one time at the ashram when a sage was brought over, and he was giving a long talk, and people thought, oh, you brought your children. I mean, they're going to behave throughout this. And I thought, oh, I'm not expected to behave. So I was sighing and moving around and calling attention to myself, and I was aware that I was doing that. And I was aware that I was doing it not from a good place. And that awareness of the ego has grown and matured over the years. It's the apparatus that we're given. And all of the yoga teachings, all the yoga practice is to connect us to that original nature, our original nature, which I also had the great experience of working with Klahowya Center, an Aboriginal community in Surrey, where I was also connected to my original nature through our indigenous cultures here in our world, in our land here where we live in. So one of the most important aspects for me, one of the great attractions, has always been the music. I remember hearing the chanting when I was sitting in the ashram on St. Lawrence Street, and so found it so compelling. So I really wanted to share with you an Aboriginal chant that I'm going to also bring in some chanting of mantras. I'm going to ask Maggie to come up and sit next to me and lead you in the response, the typical kala response format, yoga format. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, fire my spirit, fire my spirit, fire my spirit. Please sing along. Earth my body, water my blood, air my breath, fire my spirit, fire my spirit, fire my spirit. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Shivaya.
spirit.
Fire my spirit.
Fire my spirit.
Love my spirit. Strength my spirit.
Strength my spirit.
Unity spirit. One spirit. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to all the saints and sages throughout the ancient times all the way to now, because we are the eternal yoga. As Gopal said, yoga is a verb. It's always going on. We are in the eternal state of being. So may we continue to be united and filled with all that this human incarnation is capable of knowing and experiencing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mala. And please do look Mala up. And any of you who have children, talk to this woman later. She has a way of touching that place inside a child, that consciousness just opens up. It's really remarkable to watch. And she has many CDs. Her songs are wonderful. Next, I'd like to invite up Gabriella Pelosi. And do you want to sit or you have to stand? Sure, sure. Here you go. Let me just... Yeah, I can. You want to do that?
Yeah, I prefer to do that.
Yeah, there you go. Sure. I know how that is.
I tend to talk with my arms as well.
Yeah, I'm Italian, I talk with my hands. Okay, let me introduce you. So, Gabriella is representing the Brahma Kumari Meditation Center. And this, you heard Deepak Chopra speak earlier about Ashtanga Yoga, Raja Yoga, the 8 limbs. Well, this is a woman who spent the last 25 years studying, imbibing it, practicing it, and experiencing it. So it's an honor to have you here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Om Shanti. Am I coming through?
Yep.
Okay. Om Shanti and greetings of peace to everyone here. Om means I am a soul and Shanti means peace. So the essence of my being is peace. So peaceful greetings to everyone here and to this great International Day of Yoga. And I learned Raj Yoga about over 25 years ago, and I needed it because I just made a move and I was starting new work and in a new place, and I felt very stressed. And my mind was constantly jumping and moving around, and I was very quick-tempered. And so I was searching and seeking for ways to manage my inner world because it was a bit topsy-turvy. And someone had recommended me to go to study Raj Yoga with the Brahma Kumaris. They have branches all over the world and headquartered in India. So off I trotted to the center, and the first thing I noticed was the oasis of peace and lightness in the atmosphere, and I felt like I had come home. Not just coming home, but coming home to spirit. And the word Raja is a Hindi word, and Raja means king, sovereign, the inner governor. And I thought, well, that's what I need. I need to learn how to govern my inner world. And my inner world of thoughts and feelings and emotions and attitudes and behaviors, because I was very quick-tempered and very reactive and got myself into hoots of trouble doing that. And I needed to come to a deeper place of peace and reconciliation and balance within myself. And the other part of Raj Yoga, there's the Raja, the king, the inner king,
the inner sovereign, and then there's the union, the yoga. And I discovered that the union is really reconnecting or reuniting with my inner spirit, the soul. And so the method of Raj Yoga taught me that I am a spiritual being in a human body having human experiences, but essentially I am a soul. And within I, the soul, are these beautiful qualities of love and peace and compassion and kindness, respect and care. And as I began to experience this in meditation, I really began to change. My mind started to calm down, and I started to change the way I relate to myself first. I started to have more feelings of love, loving kindness and compassion and understanding and forgiveness for this monkey mind of mine. And it was a process, and it took gradual time and day-to-day practice, but eventually I achieved that. And it's been an ongoing practice, it's a lifelong learning, but it's been a tremendous benefit because it's allowed me to empower myself from the inside and to extend these beautiful soul values that I have, we all have, in my relationships on a day-to-day basis. And it changed my attitude to life to being more positive and hopeful. And also it tapped into a lot of blocked creativity that I had inside my soul. The second aspect of yoga, the first one was union with self. The second aspect is union with the Supreme Being. And I have never had this kind of connection before, so it's a soul connection, soul with Supreme Soul. And it's a very gradual and very peaceful process where I need to calm myself down and remain very light and peaceful and open. And as I began to have this connection, and we all are capable of having this connection, I began to experience beautiful waves of love and loving kindness and peace. But it was a very different kind of love. This love went right into the core of my heart, and it just opened me up like a flower in the sun. And this love embraced me completely unconditionally, and it accepted me for who and what I am. And that felt very empowering, and in that moment I felt like I can change anything I want, and I can live my life in the pace that feels comfortable for me. And that was such an empowering experience. And also it opened me up creatively. It allowed me to share really good feelings with people who may not be so nice with me at times, but to be able to offer a different energy to someone who is angry, or who is irritated, or who's always rushed, who is restless, or who feels really down. To be able to offer a different kind of energy to lift their spirit up is such a gift, and we all have that. So what I thought I could do is to just share a few moments where we can just tap into our inner spirit, our inner values in a meditation exercise. So I just want you to sit comfortably where you are and relaxed. Meditation doesn't require any particular pose. Anywhere you could sit comfortably. And I just want you to just let your whole body relax and be in the present with where you are. And to just take a few deep breaths in and out. Meditation is a form of a self-conversation, talking to yourself, reminding yourself of who you really are. So just gradually, you can close your eyes if you want to, if you don't want to be distracted. allow your mind to remain very open and relaxed. I am a beautiful being, a being of light. Just behind the eyes, in the center of the forehead, is where I, the soul, am located. And when I focus in that area, I feel an energy of lightness. I have forgotten that I'm a peaceful being, but that is my original eternal nature. I can remain calm and comfortable in the moment, and I can just let go of all other thoughts and just focus on the inner experience of just being light, calm, peaceful. I have this power of peace within me already. It's my gift. And I am abundantly wealthy in an unconditional, unlimited way with love, peace, lightness, kindness, compassion, and care. And I can come to this place, this inner oasis of peace, many times during the day. All I need to do is just pull my mind away from what I do, draw it back inward, and remind myself of who I am. Peace. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Thank you. Thank you. When I was first exposed to meditation by my teacher, they tell a story. It's well known in India, but they talk about the monkey. So the mind is very much like a monkey. And it's not just a monkey, though, because a monkey is pretty active, jumps around a lot, but I mean, I think the average monkey probably takes a couple seconds off. However, they say it's not just a monkey, but imagine that your mind is like a monkey, but it's been a monkey who got into a gallon of wine. And it had a great time. Didn't even invite its friends over, just had a nice time drinking. So now you got a monkey mind that's not only jumping around the branches, but isn't quite in balance, and it's a little bit woozy. But they don't stop there. So then that goes on to say, imagine that your mind is a monkey jumping around the trees, just had a gallon of wine, and was stung by a scorpion. If your mind has never experienced that state, please come up afterwards and talk to me, because you've got something I want to learn. So the mind is a lot like that. It's a monkey that jumps around. It's a monkey that continues to go around. And that mantra, Om Shanti, just by repeating these sacred sounds, somehow that monkey is calmed. Somehow that monkey is just relaxed. And that's the goal of Hatha Yoga. Hatha Yoga is designed to get us to a place where we can begin to have a new relationship with our mind. But the entranceway for so many of us was Hatha Yoga, the physical postures. But we need special teachers. We need teachers who understand that the physical aspects is really the segue to get us so that we can have more control of our monkey mind. So I'd like to introduce, you've seen her teach, Georgiana, and someone who started the Open Door Yoga. She's been involved in yoga since 1999. It's someone who feels it, and when she teaches, you get the privilege of experiencing what she's saying through her softness and her kindness and her love. So I'd like to have her come up and speak.
Hello? Is it on? Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Okay. I want to take you home with me. And I want to really tell everyone how honored I am to share the stage with these fantastic teachers, students of living consciously. And for those of you who have hung around my family, sitting in the, yeah. So I was asked to tell a story, and well, I have lots of stories. So what story am I going to share was what I was meditating on. Do I tell the outer story or do I tell the inner story? Guess. Okay. By demand, it's the inner story. So one of the things I like to invite my students when they come to class to connect inward is to bring one hand on the belly, one hand on the heart. Because I'm holding a mic, I may not be able to do that. But to maybe close the eyes or soften your gaze and connect inward. My teacher would often say that keeping 70% of your attention, intention, inward when others talk will bring us great inner peace. So my story is not as important as this that you're holding behind your hands. So please honor that, and I'll share my story. My story started a long time ago. I know I look really young, but anyway. When I was young, I was very drawn to being a teacher. I knew that was my path, but like many young people, I got very distracted. And the monkey mind comes up, but even crazier than the monkey mind. The distraction for me was I got very much a slave of the external world. I was drawn to cues from outside of myself to define who I was, to tell me what to do. And that, if any of you here have ever experienced, is a very sad, and you really suffer. You lose yourself, in other words. We never really lose ourselves, but in any case, that's a longer story. So I remember my very first yoga class. And some of these teachers might have been teaching them, but they weren't. My very first yoga class, I spent most of my time in tears. And the tears were coming from a place where I realized I was seen and heard for the very first time by me. And to any of you here have experienced being witnessed by self, you understand that deep connection is your source. It is your creative conscious source. And when you connect there, you're in a place of real deep love. Not the love we see on TV, but although that's really good too, but that really deep love. And this is what we're all yearning for, to connect with. So stay connected. That's really the key of this practice. Hatha yoga for me, since the start, has always been about acceptance. Not others' acceptance, but radical acceptance from myself, from me, for who I was, just as I was, even if I don't say the right things or do the right things. We all know how we lose ourselves when we screw up. Just that kind of connection. Even when we screw up, we are okay. We're doing great, just as we are. And when we start to connect to that acceptance, the world will shift. And we're seeing this shift, not just in our community. I know there's not a lot of the yoga community here, but they are around the world. And that shift is not just there. It's also happening in our businesses, in our politics, in our education, and that is so vital to be part of. You don't want to miss out. This shift of kindness, of connecting to our creative power, it is what is going to change our planet. It is what is going to bring us to deep peace. So you are part of that shift for being here. So thank you for listening, and thank you for practicing. Namaste.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great cheerleading group. I'd like you all just to stand for a minute, especially everyone who's been sitting for a while. Just stand up for 1 minute before we go to our next speaker. All right. And stand, and what I'd like you to do is just kind of be comfortable in your body for a moment. If you want to sit, obviously sit, but if standing's good, when my hand, I'm going to start with my hand right here. When I start to bring my hand up, what I'd like you to do is inhale. And then when I bring my hand down, what I'd like you to do is exhale. Now, if my hand stops, what do? Okay, if that stop is uncomfortable, do not listen to me, because you know your body better than I could ever know it. So please respect your body. But let's get some energy going. It's got that kind of day. It's a beautiful sky. The wind is blowing. We can get some more oxygen in our system. So first thing you do is everyone take a breath in and then follow my hand and exhale. Inhale. And exhale. Let's go a little higher. So inhale, and again, if it's uncomfortable, you do your own breath. Inhale, 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 pause, please. And exhale. Let's do it again. Inhale. Pause. Relax your shoulders, lips touching, teeth apart. Exhale slowly, slowly. Exhale. All right, inhale, pause. Inhale, pause. Inhale all the way up. Now exhale as slowly as you can. Exhale, pause. Relax. Exhale a little more. Pause. Exhale a little more. Pause. And a deep breath in, so bring in as much air as you can. Okay, good. Let's continue. So our next speaker is someone who I've had the pleasure for the last year to work with, along with Langara College, and a wonderful group of people, because yoga, we know, works. And many people here, if you've been doing hatha yoga, pranayama, meditation, you know the transformation that it can create. So you're healthier, your heart is open, you're more present and available to the world. But there's many people who have gone through situations where they're traumatized. And this trauma hits you hard. And when that trauma hits, it creates scar tissue. And that scar tissue is emotional scar tissue. So we need more yoga therapists. So we're in the process of developing courses to train teachers, therapists, to use the principles of yoga in order to help to heal the emotional scars that happen just by doing life in a way where we're somehow adversely affected. So the next speaker is someone who has dedicated her life to that. So besides being an excellent hatha yogi, for sure, she's a meditator. She's someone who knows how important it is to bring that kind of therapy into the world. So I'd like you to please give a round of applause for Maggie Ray, and I ask her to come up and speak. Here you go, sweetie.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge all these master teachers. I am the next generation, and I bow to all of you for being great masters in the community. This was my very first teacher. In India, we touch the feet of our teachers. When I was 3, my mother introduced me to hatha yoga, and being a 3-year-old, I was like, I'm way better than you. Why can't you do all this stuff? So in yoga therapy, it's very important to treat each individual according to their individual needs. And a child is going to be taught very differently than someone in their 80s, for example. So each person is very individual. So as a little child, I was doing lots of hatha yoga. And then I moved into a dance career because I didn't have any yoga for a period of time. And then during that whole process, I was also very much a spiritual seeker. So I knew there was something deeper than what I was seeing out there. And fortunately, my parents introduced me to spirituality at a very young age through the Christian tradition, the Anglican tradition. So I had all of that, went to university, studied philosophy, kept seeking. At the same time, I was pursuing my dance career, and at age 25, I started to have a lot of pain in my physical as well as my emotional body. So the search continued. At age 25, I found Ashtanga Vinyasa, the work of Krishnamacharya and his student Pattabhi Jois. And that was the beginning of learning more about the Ashtanga of yoga, the 8 limbs of yoga. That took me to India in 2000, and my first teacher there, B.N.S. Iyengar, I said, I want to learn more than just hatha, asana. I want to learn pranayama, meditation. I want the full thing. He said, very good. Come to temple at 3 p.m. each day, and I'll teach you the other parts. And I also started studying the Bhagavad Gita, etc. That was all great, but the pain in my physical and emotional body wasn't healing. The pain in my physical body was actually getting worse because it wasn't the right practice for me. It was a beautiful, incredible practice, but it wasn't the right practice to me. My soul said, go to the source, and that landed me in Chennai, India. And there I discovered the yoga of Krishnamacharya, his later work, which was focused on healing the body, the mind, and linking with the spirit. And gradually over the years, this practice has brought healing to very severe arthritis in my neck. I was diagnosed with osteoarthritis in my neck at age 30, and I was told I had the neck of a 9-year-old. Fortunately, my Ayurveda master said, no more headstand for you. So that was the end of that for a while. And I started learning yoga therapy from the Krishnamacharya lineage. And by 2004, I was out of chronic pain in my neck and also my back. Then the healing went further. I still had anxiety, bouts of depression. I still had much more healing to go through. And this led me to a lot of work with mantra, chanting, and a lot of work with meditation and using mantra in meditation. And this work continues. And I want to also say that this is a complementary medicine because I have sought the care of very skilled therapists in our community who have also helped me heal gradually, step by step, from emotional trauma, from physical trauma. So we're all working together in this healing world. So because of yoga today, I generally don't have pain in my body. I generally can stand with a relaxed confidence in whatever I'm facing in my life. When the karmic dump comes, I find my yoga, I get thrown off, and then I find her again, and it brings me back to my center. I'd like to end by just doing a chant, and this is called Asatoma Satgamaya. It's a Vedic mantra, and it means, may I be led from what is untrue to true, from darkness to light, from a limited mortal experience to an eternal experience of divine bliss, nectar, joy. Does that sound good? So please repeat after me. And Mala, do you want to do the repeat if we have a mic, or just stand beside me? Are you okay standing? The yoga therapist in me wants to take care of Mala. Because I can see that she's had an injury. I'm like looking at her, I want to fix you. Okay, so Om together. Inhale, everyone. Om. Inhale. Asatoma Satgamaya. Repeat.
Asato ma satgamaya. Tamaso ma jyotirgamaya. Tamaso ma jyotirgamaya. Mrityo ma amritangamaya. Mrityo ma amritangamaya. And Om Shanti together. Inhale. Inhale. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Hari Om. Thank you very much.
Hari Om.
Namaste. Namaskaram.
And that's a perfect introduction to the next person that I'd like to introduce. Come up. Kavindra, come on up. I'm the next person? Yeah. Yeah. When I first came to Vancouver, I met a very beautiful person. I think she's here somewhere, Gabrielle Steinberg. And when we first met, she said, "There's someone you just have to meet. You've got a brother here in Vancouver." So the next satsang, the next time that he was teaching, I made sure that I got there. And when we first met, I realized, wow, there's another yogi who's been doing this, and our lives were so parallel that it was really important, because I'm sure you all realize how important it is to have a good friend, to have someone who understands you, someone who knows exactly what you've gone through. Kavindra Rishi has been a yogi for over 40 years, and like me, we were both swamis, monks, back in the 70s. When we first got involved in yoga, we knew that we were home. This wasn't something we were trying for the first time. It was so familiar. So this gentleman right here is author of many books, is by far, you have to read his poetry, please. You will be so touched by the poetry that this man writes, over 1,600 poems. He has a career that is just amazing, and it's all focused on serving others and bringing the teachings of yoga and Vedanta to the world. So it is really my pleasure to introduce my best friend here. This is Jeffrey Armstrong, Kavindra Rishi.
Thank you, Gopal. Yeah. And namaste, everyone. This day, this International Yoga Day, is the blossoming of a lotus flower that, because of our modern world, has been transplanted around the world. When my generation was born, when I first flew on airplanes, the airliners had 2 engines, a drop tail, and they were the airplane that had been used in World War II to fly supplies all over the world to support the effort of World War II, the war to end all wars. Or so we hoped. According to yoga, there are 4 different ways you may come to yoga, 4 pathways that you may be following. The first is you may find yourself in pain, in distress, and be looking to find a solution. And the pain is so great, you have to do something with your physical self. Quite all right. The second, I like that a lot. The second way you may come is you're looking for success. You're looking for money. You're saying, why can't I be successful? Ask yourself, how many people are selling the knowledge of how to become successful. You too could become a millionaire. But in yoga, the question is, do you look to the original source of everything with that question? Original source of everything, why am I in distress? Original source of everything, how can I be successful? The third question is, I'm sorry, but why are we here? What is this all about? I don't think I fully understand. And I'm very uncomfortable. I'm curious. The third kind of person who comes to yoga is curious. Well, maybe this will work. Maybe this will work. The word curious, listen carefully, means looking for the cure. You see, there's a problem. Some people are suffering. They want to find a solution. Some people don't have enough, but other people do. They want to find more. Some people are just curious about everything. Why is this way? Why is it that way? Why do we do it this way? Why couldn't we do it that way? So they look in all places. And the fourth kind of person is looking specifically for answers to questions that seem obvious to them. They're looking to know, and here's how you will address this. Follow me on this. Once upon a time, now watch where your mind goes. Tell me your story. Tell me the story that explains who we are, why we're here, why we get old, though we do not want to, why we get sick, though we do not want to, and why not only do we die, but we get upset mostly because others do. And we know that everyone's going to, but we get very upset when they do. Clearly, we don't like these things. These four things yogis talk about: birth, death, old age, disease. We have a group problem. We all have in common, we don't like these things, and we want a story that explains why we're going through them. When you're ready, yoga has a story about this. If it's too soon, you're just going to work on yourself until your physicality isn't causing you so much pain. Or you're going to work on your life till you're wealthy and you say, when I have enough money, I'll get to it. Or your curiosity is taking you everywhere, so you fly around the world and taste everything. Fair enough. But what yoga says is we're on an incredible journey, and who we really are is immortal beings who are deathless, who have no beginning and no end. We are beings who cannot die. Therefore, we don't like it. We are beings who are meant for the highest, purest pleasure and joy. When? Always. All the time. Permanently. When I was quite young, I began to question the stories around me, and I didn't believe their answers. I can't tell you I was really in a lot of physical distress. I was healthy and strong and an athlete. I can't tell you that I really cared much about money. I actually didn't. I was born with enough to eat. Money didn't interest me, and I didn't like playing Monopoly. I didn't want to buy and own hotels or property. But I was very disturbed by someone's story if it didn't take care of everyone, if it included blowing someone else up to make yourself happy. I was very upset that no one seemed to really have answers. They were doing busy work. They were running here and there. Education was preparation for a job to make money to keep being busy. It wasn't an explanation of why we're really here and who we really are. So yoga's answer to world peace, yoga's answer to getting along, is contained in this very simple gesture. Would you say it with me? Namaste. Nice and loud. Namaste. Do you know what it means? It means na, or not, ma, or me, and te, but you. Te is the personal pronoun. It means not me, but you. This is the geopolitic of yoga. That if you see every living entity, everything that walks, crawls, flies, all people of all races and colors and nationalities, everyone, anywhere, in just this way, that like you, they're an immortal being on a great journey, and that the universe is a university, and that we're all on the same campus, and that we all have a right to be here, and that the campus is a sacred place of learning now and for the future, for perpetuity if we treat it well, and that every living entity here is worthy of our love, respect, attention, care. In a small space, I can't tell you how important it was to me to find this out, and nothing less than it worked for me as a story, because it didn't include everyone. As a young man, after the war to end all wars, I was asked to fight in Vietnam. Sadly, I would have been very good at it. I was a good athlete. I was third generation military. I found a very clever way to refuse. I won't tell you, it'll take too long. I refused to go and kill innocent people because I knew already they were just like you and me. Yoga, in all of its activities, is two things. It is guiding each individual to know that they're on a great journey alone and with all their friends, and to give them the skills of inner peace, sacred embodiment, respect for all living beings, a sacred lifestyle, learning how to respect this planet as an important campus, as our mother, and how to live here as if these things were the truths that bind our whole planet together. I'll teach you only one Sanskrit word. Say it with me. I'll say, there's just two words, Satya,
Satya,
Graha.
Graha.
Satyagraha, you may remember this from Mahatma Gandhi, means if you just heard what I repeated to you of the yoga teachings, then here's what you do. When you leave here today, say, I must remember to spend all my time each day carefully observing what I can do to hold the world together. If being here today gives you a chance to make a promise, here's the promise. Say, I promise to do everything in my power to hold the world together. Would you repeat it? I promise to do everything in my power to hold the world together. I didn't know until I found it, but this is what I was looking for. And this is the gift that many indigenous peoples, and India in particular, has carried forward. Your success is in the context of holding the world together and mutually respecting all living entities as just like you on a similar journey in a grand school, and that you are immortal beings. As Helen Keller said, I believe in the immortality of myself because within me I have immortal longings. Yoga is the quest, the pursuit of all the behaviors that support your immortal longings and inspire you to see everyone that way and hold the world together. Thank you for your attention, and namaste.
Some of the things that prevent us from living what Kavindra Rishi just shared with us was that we get caught in patterns. And those patterns, most of the times, they were just what we were exposed to. So it's not like it's our fault, it's just that we weren't really, it wasn't available to us to know there was a different way. And so each of us, it turns out, are caught in certain patterns. These patterns are self-limiting by nature. And in the mind, that's the biggest part of it. That's why mindfulness now is so important and has become reaching into a whole different area. Corporate America, they're beginning to see that there's patterns that we get stuck in. So here's what I'd like you to do. I want you to break out of some patterns right now. Put your hands up. All right, take in your right hand, take your thumb and your pointing finger and bring it together. It's called Chin Mudra, right? So that's a circle. Left hand, take your thumb and pinky. So both of those, thumb and pointing finger together. Now here's what you're going to do. You're going to tap twice the thumb, then go to the tap twice thumb and middle finger. So tap twice, then go tap twice the ring finger. Tap twice the pinky. Now when you get to the pinky, even though you tap twice again, and let's go the other way. So let's start. Tap twice and go through. Now if your hands are uncomfortable there, put them down in this position. Tap twice, go to the next finger. Tap twice, go to the next finger. Tap twice, go to the next finger. Everyone start doing that. Let's do that for about 10 seconds. Now, see how fast you can go. Simple, right? Not too hard? All right, we want to get the pattern going. Now, if you're going too fast, you've reached your point where you're caught, so slow it down until your brain gets it. But you want to be able to do it faster and faster. That's the warm-up, everyone. Here we go. Here's a 10-second exercise. Right hand, same thing, Chin Mudra. So thumb and pointing finger. Left hand, thumb and pinky. Ready? Tap twice, go the other way. Tap each one to the other side, and then let's go the other way. Now, don't go too fast on this one, but do it as much as you can and breathe deeply. I hear all of a sudden very silence of breath. Now, once you can do it, really get going on it. Okay, shake it out, shake it out, shake it out. It's amazing how we get caught in patterns. So these are kind of the tricks of a yogi. So when I'm working with people, actually, we did a mindfulness training in Coast Hotels. So I had the leadership team of Coast Hotels doing this, right? Just to break out of those habits, to be more aware. So if we can get up the video, please. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, and she wasn't able to be here with us. Some of you know Marla Stewart. Padma. I met Padma when she first got into yoga and started getting into meditation. A really special person. She had a television series. She followed in the footsteps of someone very special there. So she had, I think, about 143 episodes of Padma Yoga. You can see it to this day. It's around. It's across Canada. She is a meditator. She designs meditation programs. She's someone who has dedicated her life to meditation. She's in the Himalayas right now, practicing meditation, and she gets great joy, as yogis do, in learning more about these practices by sharing it with others. So I'd like to introduce Padma from the Himalayas, and there's a 4-minute video that we'll play now.
I wasn't ever interested in meditation. I was interested in being free from torment of the mind and being free from unnecessary struggles because of the mind. So ever since I was young, I had wanted to be free and wanted to be free from fabrications of the mind that made me unhappy. And I saw that most of the people and humanity I observed was suffering from their mind, from ego, causing troubles, causing grief, causing struggle in the world. So I was very intrigued about the possibility of living free from all of that grief and suffering. And then by accident, I was traveling in India and happened upon a meditation teacher who spoke exactly to that and told me the very first time I met him, he said, it's possible for you to be free. You are already free. You just need to come to know that. And over time, more and more, that becomes clear to me. It becomes obvious that we are free and that everyone is free. And we don't need to suffer. We don't need to create conflict. We don't need to be creating strife in the world, actually, at all. There's a possibility of peace, and I like that. The meditation practice that I have learned and I've practiced for 25 years is extremely simple. Not to say it isn't challenging sometimes, but the actual technique is extremely simple. It's just to sit and close your eyes, and just to know you're the watcher of anything you perceive. And more you know that you're the watcher. You know you're the pure space of seeing. So it's a very simple technique, and yet a lot of things come up in that time. A lot of mental imagination and issues and discomforts in the body, all kinds of things. So those are the challenges that come up. And that's why it's so important to have a meditation teacher. I can ask questions to, I can have discussions with. I think it's wise to find a great teacher in a topic you're interested in. So my students are happy when they take classes with me. They can ask questions, they can share their experiences, and also just to sit with a teacher is a practice. Just to sit and not talk at all. There's something very powerful about sitting in the presence of someone who is established in the pure space of meditation. As if you perceive that in a very direct way. Well, in classical meditation schools, there are two wings of the bird. One of them is study, and it's very important to study, I believe, to learn and to read what other yogis have discovered, and to learn and to study with a teacher and ask questions and churn the mind and get to know the nature of the mind. But the other wing of the bird is actually sitting and meditating and practicing. And one without the other is not complete. So to sit in meditation is just to be pure, just to directly perceive yourself in purity, and to bring your own mind's awareness to that presence, to that purity, to that real self, who you are, that original being of you. That direct perception is meditation. Meditation actually is fun, and I love sitting and experiencing just the freedom of space of my own being. I mean, it is fabulous to sit and know that that infinite, eternal, and bounded space is yourself. It's the greatest, and it's completely accessible every instant. So I actually love to meditate every day. It's an option I choose. I love to sit and close my eyes and just be in that eternal purity of space. And more in my mind to become clear that that is, in fact, me and everybody. It's my teacher, it's my students, it's myself.
So I invite you to continue with that feeling, and if you're comfortable, close your eyes. If not, eyes open is fine. But I'd like you to just be aware of the breath. Just notice the breath flowing in and the breath flowing out. Nothing to do, your breath will do it on its own. But become the knower of the breath. What Padma is talking about. You can listen to the breath flowing in and out. You can be aware of the physical sensation of breath. But you are the knower. You are the watcher of the breath. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Padma. So I'd like to call Sandra to come up. Those of you who know about yoga outreach and you know the tremendous work that this woman has done, the 40 plus years of dedication, working on herself, which you can tell as soon as she opens her mouth and you hear the vibration that comes out of this woman, you know that she has a depth. She comes from a place that is comfortable within herself, the actual word asana, to sit comfortably in yourself. So it's a pleasure to be able to introduce her to you, and she's going to share her story. Here we go. You want?
Thank you. I would like to once again thank Shri Venu for inviting me here to share yoga with you, and I'm very happy to share my story with you and also with the lessons I've learned from yoga. I don't follow a particular path of yoga. I've had extremely wonderful teachers. My Sanskrit teacher called yoga, yoga. And when I look back, I realized that my teachers all had a common denominator. And their common denominator was to point me to myself and to put me in touch with what came through me and what inspirationally was guiding me. I wasn't always like that. I was 29 years old. I was recently divorced with 3 kids, and I was a complete wreck. And I couldn't read a book. I was nervous. I was upset. I was crying. And the doctors recommended Valium. This is way back in the late 60s. And my mother was studying yoga with Karine Zebroff on TV. And she said to me, Sandra, why don't you try yoga? So Karine is really my very first yoga teacher. Thank you. And for me, when I began to study yoga, it was kind of hard to find in those days. Most people were doing aerobics. It worked. From my very first yoga class, it worked. And I'm telling you that the reason it worked was my very first yoga teacher was not a yoga teacher. His name was Jack Schwartz, and he came to the University of British Columbia, and he taught for 3 weeks, 4 nights a week, a class called Voluntary Control of Internal States. I wanted to control my internal states because I was hurting. My body hurt. So I went to his class. This was just in the late 60s, and he was talking about centers. I didn't know what a center was. Nowadays, I know it's chakras. He was talking about chakras. He was giving exercises, and when I went to do those exercises, I fainted. And so I went up to him. There was 300 people in the class. I waited for him after the class. I was this young 29-year-old woman. And I asked him, I said, I'm fainting. I don't know what's happening to me. And all of a sudden, I started to faint, and I had to sit down. And he said, you're a parked car. You've been in a garage for a very long time, and you're just learning how to run. And then he left town, and I was still fainting. And I didn't understand really what was happening to me, so I wrote him a letter. In those days, Kitsilano was a hippie heaven. I was not a hippie. I had my 3 kids living in Kitsilano, but I wore makeup, and I was doing yoga. And I went to a center there, and I was able to get Jack's phone number. Meanwhile, I had written him a letter to ask him what was happening to me. No one seemed to know. And when I spoke to him on the telephone, he had read my letter, but I hadn't sent it. I was completely freaked out. I continued to study with him, and he taught me to trust in my own intuition. I would gladly have made him my teacher, but he would not take students. He said, I've opened you up, I've run the Kundalini through your body, and now it's up to you. Fortunately, at the same time, I started the practice of yoga. And I started to trust in my own inner guidance. My teacher from the States, Ramajoyiti Vernon, who started the Yoga Journal, who brought yoga into Russia, who was the first person to bring Iyengar to North America, was putting on the very first yoga conferences in North America and asked me if I would help her. By this time, I was in my early 40s, and I helped her put on those yoga conferences, and all of the gurus came to those very early yoga conferences, and I got exposed to them. I got exposed to all the different forms of yoga, and I was very interested in anything, not the form, but then anything that could put me in touch with my emotional body, because I was ready to quit yoga. I found that it was doing something that was not allowing me to be my true self. I was already strong, I was already flexible, but it wasn't allowing me to be truly who I was. I was very fortunate at that time to meet Eleanor Latham, who was not a yoga teacher. She was a toning teacher. And when she toned me, she hit into the emotional blockages in my body, and she started to release them. And then I knew what asana was. I knew that asana was to release those emotional blockages and to open the prana through our bodies so that it would stream through us. And I began to put together the principles of yoga that would apply to any yoga system. And I began to understand that it was very important to allow your mind to free associate. That through the free association of our mind, we get to know who we truly are. I'm the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, the rapist, the murderer, the thief. I am all those things. And to get in touch with my dark side, my private side, my light side, I became authentic. And that made me feel truly in my own skin and the ability to be and do what I wanted to do. And I found that yoga, as I studied the Yoga Sutras, as guided by Dr. Teplitz, is telling us the same thing. As my mind free associates in meditation, I get to know who I am, and I'm automatically taken into samadhi. And I'd like to say that the energy on this climate, because of this planet, because of yoga, has changed. And people go into samadhi nowadays very easily. And I would like yoga teachers to tell students that they're in samadhi and to use samadhi. Samadhi is different than meditation. In meditation, there's an object, there's a subject, and there's a witness. You can look at me. I'm the object, you're the subject. The witness is your ability to be able to look at me. Samadhi is where you go in, you feel just perfectly comfortable there. There's nothing in there that's going to pull you out because you've looked at every piece of your life. You've looked at the dark, you've looked at the black, you've looked at it as you continue to go along, and you've learned to live with yourself as you are and accept yourself as you are. That's a major initiation in yoga, to fall in love with yourself as you truly are. It's a very different way of looking at it, I know, because we're told that we should focus on something. Whatever the mind focuses on, it's locked in, no matter what it focuses on. Leave your mind free. You'll automatically go home to yourself, to samadhi. And there's different levels of samadhi, and those samadhis are used to train our mind to go even deeper into subtler and finer vibrations. We get to know yoga through yoga. We get to know yoga by doing yoga. And this is what I want to share with everyone. And yoga is so popular today because there's a place for everyone in yoga. Everyone has a place in it. And we need yoga because we're going to be called upon to heal planet Earth. And to do that, we need individuals that are strong in their own bodies. And I thank so much that I'm here with these yogis on this stage that are working to help people at all levels of development to become strong in themselves so that they're there when we need this earth to heal it and go through those earth changes. Thank you very, very much. And I really encourage you to, wherever you are doing your yoga, to keep doing yoga. I'm 73. I plan to live on my mat well up until I drop dead. Thank you so much.
Yes. And we have a soccer match coming up tonight, and our Canadian women are going to take that energy, I know, and they're going to we're going to win it tonight. Okay. You've been introduced already to Kareen. I had the good pleasure of meeting this woman when I was a skinny Swami Sudananda with my, yeah, that's right. My teacher, Swami Satchidananda, they did things together, and she is the person, truly, who let people know what yoga was. Back when we started, the big joke was, oh, you're doing yogurt. And people would laugh about that because the word itself wasn't even around. But this woman, 16 books, I was looking through the books, wonderful, television series from 1971 to 1977. She really, all of us are doing yoga now. We have a really, really big thank you to this woman for what she's done for yoga. And she shows what it can be if you spend your life doing it. A beautiful woman. I'd like to introduce Kareen.
Thank you, darling.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, it's 10 books in 14 languages.
Ah, that's 16?
The number.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to tell you my story, because everybody loves stories, and as teachers have said here, this is what yoga is all about, is different stories. My story started where all stories start, with my mother. My mother was a very adventuresome, admirable, hardworking, disciplined, generous-spirited lady, but not an easy one to live with. However, it is she who brought yoga to me. I was living up north in the dam building town of Hudson's Hope, BC, W.C. Bennett Dam, with my husband of 54 years now, not then of course, and 3 little girls, all 21 months apart, which meant I was busy. And up there, it was very, very cold. I grew up mainly in Heidelberg and then came up north. And I felt isolated because my husband was the principal of a 950-student school with 50 teachers and a turnover of 50% because of the dam building. And when teachers, those 40 teachers, want to socialize, they want to bitch about their principal. So he was a good one, but you know what I mean, the boss. And so I felt isolated. And it was very cold, and by the time you have put the 3rd kid into the snowsuit in the winter when it was -40, and put a scarf over their nose, the first one had to go pee-pee, and you had to start all over again. Do many mothers here know my frustration at this moment? So my mother knew that I was dispirited. And this adventuresome lady had gone in Utica, New York, to Utica College in the 1965, 66, something like this time, for her menopausal, she was adventurous, symptoms. And she wrote me and she said, whatever you do, you go and look at yoga. It really works. It helped me with my body and my spirits, and I know you need your spirits lifted. So I went to the only store in town in Hudson Hope. It was a revolving bookshelf, and there was one yoga book on it. You might know it, Marcia Moore's yoga, about Marcia Moore, the eminent Marcia Moore, yogini and astrologer, and brilliant intellect. She was being shown in photos by Jess Stern, and it was a bestseller, Yoga, Youth, and Reincarnation. I don't know, some of you might know it. And I found that, and I'm a teacher. I taught grade 7. My husband was a principal. And so I knew how to lesson plan, and I dove in. And I did yoga religiously, and it was wondrous. It was unbelievable. it was virtually overnight, and I felt fabulous. The next year, when we moved down to Agassiz, which is a little town before Harrison Hot Springs Hotel and Lake, I became a proselytizer. But I was messianic about yoga. This is it. This was it. It really worked. You need it. And I asked the school board if I could teach a night class. And they said, yes, you can try, but people always get only 6 or 7 people signing up, and we need a minimum of 10 in order to run the classes in the school gym. So I wrote a little blurb. I'd taken creative writing at university. I wrote a little blurb and talked about all these things yoga had done for me. And when it came to registration that night in a little town of 3,000 with environs, 78 people paid. Paid. Now that you know, proves something. The time for yoga had come. The time for yoga had come. And now I'm going to speed it up a little bit, or I'll get a signal from our timekeeper. And that is, I got on TV having never taken one proactive step towards it. And this is why I've always felt like an instrument of the higher powers. Truly, truly. I have never felt anything ego in that regard at all, because it came to me, it fell into my lap and led to many things. Because we were 16 years on television in Canada, 227,000 viewer letters, 1,100 episodes, 1,000 letters a day begging me to write a book. And then later, 3 years later, almost 3 years on German television, where yoga was taught by little white professors with hairy legs and a dhoti like Gandhi. And it had to be professors. It's Germany, you know, it has to be professional. So when I came along, they were ready in Germany too, and became a huge bestseller. My book became a huge bestseller there. I'm not bragging. I'm wanting, please, I want to show you how ready the world was for yoga. I was an instrument, that's all. But, you know, missionaries who go to foreign lands, they don't win converts by bopping them over the head or something. They give them beads and sing songs to sing, right? And look, you know, you can tell I have an accent, apparently. I have a lisp, apparently. What lisp? I don't hear any lisp. And, and I seem to be, on some level, able to make it sound perhaps like fun, like you can do it, like you can do it, and you can do it, and you can do it. So this is what all these teachers have done in their own way, and adorable little 3-year-old who was so moved by it at the mother's knee. Now, when my Sri Venu and I share, Swami Sham and others around here know Swami Sham, and he came to my house, as did Indra Devi, Marcia Moore, and others. I was very lucky. It's like the professor at university coming to your house to teach you alone. You know, it was very intense. So it was obviously meant. It was obviously meant. So we started a yoga show, and because I had taught at Harrison Hot Springs Hotel, but never taken one step, I was asked to do a pilot by somebody else who'd seen me on an afternoon show to advertise for the Harrison Hotel Yoga Slimming Week, and so forth. When I met Swami Sham, he came and we did overnight meditations. And in one of those, with many people, I had 3 yoga couches, very wide seats made. And then they all went home in the next morning. And before Swami went away, he put me into another meditation, and I experienced samadhi for the first time. I was flying. I was swooping through the universe. It was wonderful. And I want to mention it because it allowed me to suddenly get the realization that I could hear my spirit guides because I believed I could, and that's the secret. The secret is I believed I could hear. If I asked them a question, I got an inner, intuitive, inspiration answer. And if I doubted it, you never ask twice, by the way, this is not cool. You gotta go with the first answer, and if you think you haven't heard right, because it's very literal, it's a yes-no, it's computer language, 010101. You can't ask a question that needs a long answer, but you ask questions cleverly so you get a yes and no answer. If you don't want to do that, then you can dowse for it, and I'm not going to show it today, but if you look into dowsing, that also works. I want to finish now. I've been signaled. I'm used to it. At any moment now, she's going to go like this, and I don't want my throat cut. So I want to end with a little prayer meditation, because meditation is enormously important to me. The psyche, the id, and the ego, I talk to them like they're naughty children. The psyche is there to warn you of danger. And, you know, if a kid wants to, you say, little 2-year-old, don't touch, it's hot. The kid doesn't know what hot is, the concept of hot. So you do a controlled letting touch something where it's an owie, but no blisters, right? Now the psyche knows that what hot is, and says to the kid every time it goes near something hot, it says, danger, danger, danger. So we in this stressed world with all our traumas and our childhood traumas and wounds, we can do something about that by saying to the psyche, darling, I know it's your job to warn me, but we're not going there, so kindly cut it out. Okay, a very quick prayer that starts with, please, dear Lord, put me and my family and my friends in a golden light that comes from each of the other, our hearts. And fill this light with love and peace and healing and prana and energy and perception. And then I always have to smile, because the Germans have a word for godly input. But however, I'm too dense to get that godly input. So I ask him for pre-interpreted godly input, please. And then please to shower us with grace. And when we're all filled up with this light, feel it, sense it, take the time. Then say, without diminishing me, put it outside my body, about a foot, so that I am encased in a spinning cocoon of golden light, and naught but good can touch me there. In the center of all light abide, and naught but good can touch me there. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you. So we're going to be setting up. So one last thing that I'd like you to do, and then we're going to have continue on with the program. What I'd like you to do is just think for a moment, what is it that you have that's special? What is it that makes you different than anyone else? What is it that if you would share it with the world would be a better place? I guess the first thing would be, are you in touch with it? Do you know what it means to be so connected to yourself that everything about what you're experiencing seems to fit? Everything seems to be right. Everything has its special place. In 1971, I realized I couldn't kill anyone, and that's a slight problem considering I was a second lieutenant in the United States Army. Fortunately, though, I did get the wake-up call, and fortunately I was able to get out. But when I got out, I couldn't get into law school. It was too late. I was supposed to transfer from being a second lieutenant in the Army and get into law school. So when that didn't happen, I found myself apprenticing with a woman 67 years old. And I was a professional employment agency, and she was training me to take over her job. I was going to be hired to be vice president of this place. But I liked this woman. I really didn't want to be a professional employment agent, but I liked this woman. There was something special about her. And then one day, about 2 weeks into my apprenticeship training, I met her husband, who was 72 years old. Turned out she was about 70, she was 70, her husband was 72. Her husband picks her up, and this is in New Jersey. You might have noticed my accent already, although I'm a Canadian, I have a New Jersey accent. So what happened was she said to me, I'm leaving early, so you take over. I said, where are you going? And she said, I'm going to a yoga class. And I said, what's that? And she then told me. Well, this 67-year-old woman brought me to my first class. Now, I want you to understand this. This is the Village in New York City. This is 1971. So I walk into the Integral Yoga Institute, and it's got a room, and there's about 40 people in the room. This is the Village in 1971. Half of them were stoned, the other half had been drinking, and this was at 10 o'clock in the morning. So these were wild classes back then. There was all kinds of people. The women and the men who were dancing on Broadway, they would come in and take the class. So there was a whole group of people. And so we did the yoga class, and at the end of the yoga class, there was a meditation. So I sat to meditate. When I opened my eyes, I saw 3 people. The 40 people were gone, and there were 3 people sitting there looking at me with very worried looks. Turns out one of them was the president of the Integral Yoga Institute, the other was a doctor who lived there, and there was another person who had ready to go to the phone and call the hospital, because in these days, anything could happen in a yoga class. But I opened my eyes. And when I opened my eyes, for the first time in my life, I felt like I was home. Not in the room, not with these other people, but for the first time in my life, I felt like I was home. Unfortunately, I have to say, imagine what it would be like if each one of us was in touch with our genius. If we were in touch with what makes us special, what it is that we can do to make this world different. This, to me, is what attracted me to yoga. This is what yoga is about. Everyone here, those going to the stadium and walking by, everyone has something special. The world is like this huge mosaic, and each of us are one little tiny colored tile. And if we can all get it together and just be in our place, some amazing things will happen. And I know that's possible. So we've started something called Monkey Mind Meditation. We're getting into areas where normal people probably wouldn't meditate, where normal people certainly wouldn't be exposed to it. I kind of call myself an undercover agent these days. So we offer online programs because the internet now isn't really supporting people getting to know who they are. So we have to use social media, we have to use the internet, we have to use everything at our capacity to know who we are, and then let's go out and let's make a difference in the world. So there's 2 things that are important, and this is what I learned from yoga. The first is you have to know how to connect to that place where you can download that wisdom, download that intuition, download everything that it is that we need so that we can experience that asana and then share it with the world. But that's not enough. Not only do we have to connect to that space, but maybe even more importantly, we need plan B. We need a plan when we're disconnected from it. So when people are sad, when people are frightened, when people are out there consuming things to try to have some few seconds of feeling good, if they could realize that this desire that they're feeling inside of themselves is actually a warning signal, it's an alarm that goes off and it's telling us we're disconnected, get back into your center. So you've had many opportunities to listen to some pretty amazing yogis. We live in a city, we live in a country, we live in North America. There's so much yoga that is going on. So at this point, what I'd like to do is, this is National Aboriginal Day. And for a period of time, Chief Phil Lane Jr. was participating, being a part of that ceremony, and he is back. So before we begin the kirtan, I'd like our special guest, and please, this is a real special honor to have him here with us, and he'll be sharing with you. So, Chief Phil. Do you have the phone? Shivana?
One, two. 1, 2. Hari Om Tat Sat. Grand Chief.
Mitakiapi, my very beloved relatives, I'd like to again extend a very warm and loving handshake and embrace to each and every one of you and give thanksgiving to the great Tsleil-Waututh, Musqueam, and Squamish First Nations on whose unsurrendered, unceded land we are today on this most beautiful National Aboriginal Day, World Peace and Prayer Day, and of course the first annual International Day of Yoga. And I want to give thanksgiving for all of us that have come here, both from these seen worlds and in the unseen world, to bring our hearts and minds together in unity and union of what better we can do to uphold and uplift and inspire and unify our human family. I had the very great privilege in 1982 to travel to India, where I spent for my first time a month traveling all through southern India. And I particularly had a wonderful experience in Madurai. And I know there's many different ways people have of trying to understand our various spiritual traditions of the human family. But what touched me so deeply was to go so early in the morning at 5:30 a.m. and see those beautiful temples filled with people meditating. And as I looked at these beautiful temples and I saw what we would consider here, many people in the West, as gods, as goddesses, I realized that each and every one of these gods and goddesses, in fact, were a name, an attribute, a holy quality of the Creator of all good things.
Not this.
And each one of them, whether it was Lakshmi, whether it was Ganesh, each one of them reflected a different spiritual quality that we have within us to actualize. So that the many, 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 many names of the Creator, oh, most beloved one, all-powerful one, most kind one, most compassionate one, ever-forgiving one, most tender one, ever-abiding one, all most just one, all these sacred names I saw reflected. And then I returned in 1985 to a place called Ganesh Puri, where I got a chance to visit all these different holy places and participate in the great yagna. And as I participate in that great yagna, that great fire ceremony with the 4 Vedas from across India, chanting each one of them in the 4 directions, when I saw how they made their fire pit, I saw our fire pit. And the bottom rung was black, and above that it was red, and above that it was white, and the yellow flame came up above those 4 colors. And again, our medicine wheel is red, yellow, black, and white. And then as I began to understand and read and study the Mahabharata, I began to understand how closely our traditions, how closely our teachings, and in fact, even deeper, that the fundamental root, the fundamental foundation of all spiritual faiths on Mother Earth is one, to be a kind, to be loving, to be compassionate, to be ever forgiving, to be respectful, to have humility, and to realize that a sacred soul does not have a gender, does not have a race, does not have an ethnicity, does not have a class, that each one of us is a sovereignty, ancient and perishable and everlasting. And then in 1987, I had a chance to begin really intently studying Kundalini Yoga and realizing how, if I kept my spine very flexible, and so there's this Spinal Energy series that I do as often as I can. In fact, I was going to do it here today, then I realized nobody was doing the yoga. But it's so beautiful. So if you get a chance, look up on the internet, Spinal Energy series. It begins in easy pose, beginning to flex your spine, then to your knees a little bit further. Then you begin to move your spine back and forth, then to your knees, and so forth, until finally you've awakened your spine. You've kept it flexible. Because when you get into your 70s, as myself, if you can keep that spine flexible, if you can keep your body flexible, then at the same time, if you can understand, as our great Hakasapa Black Elk said, he said, the center of the universe is everywhere. And that's what I believe that meditation teaches us. That is the whole process of all these beautiful different kriyas, these beautiful different movements that yoga has given us through ancient teachings of how to bring ourselves in balance with our own self. So I give thanksgiving again for being here. Give thanksgiving to the Creator of all good things, this powerful sun that's warming all of us. To the east from where comes the red sunrise, and all those tribes nations of the east that might come together in unity and harmony. To the south from where comes new life, I give heartfelt thanksgiving for all those tribes nations of the south that they may come together in unity and harmony. And from the west from where comes thunder, lightning, and rain, we give thanksgiving to all those tribes and nations and ask them to come together in unity and harmony. And to the north from where comes the white snow, we call upon all those tribes and nations they may come together in unity and harmony. And to Father Sky, and to Mother Earth. And finally, I'd like to say that it is my heartfelt prayer, that the eagle of humanity has two wings. One is man and one is woman. And each one of those wings of humanity must be given equal power and respect to fly in their own graceful manner, for the eagle of humanity to fly its highest. And that's what I see, by the way, in the respect I see between the masculine and feminine as reflected in yoga. It's a union of all dimensions of ourself. Because when we get to be 80 years old, 90 years old, and somebody says that person's kind, compassionate, strong, courageous, humble, loving, who are we talking about, a man or a woman? We're talking about the acquisition of spiritual qualities. That is the purpose of this life. I love this one prayer to close. I'll say this. I bear witness, O my Creator, that you have created me to know thee and to love thee. I testify at this moment to my powerlessness, to my poverty, thy wealth. There is no other God but thee, the help and peril, the self-subsisting. So that's our purpose, to know and to learn to know and to love the Creator, which, by the way, is synonymous, I believe, with learning how to know and to love our own divine self. In my language, we say our name, Shunk Mano. My name is a leader of warriors who takes the enemy's best horses. My name is a sacred black pipe born of thunder, lightning, and rain, and I stand responsible before the Creator for my words and actions, and I give each and every one of you my warm and loving embrace. For Mitakiepi, we are one human family. We came from the same clot of blood. Haulimichan Tewashte. Hope.
Miigwech. Thank you, Grand Chief. Thank you very much. Okay, now I need your participation. The few of you there, if you want to get closer, we're going to do some kirtan, call and response. So just come with us, chant for a few minutes before we all go on with our beautiful lives. And please, I hope you have understood the message from Chief Phil Lane Jr. This is a message of the day. and also the messages of yoga. So here I am with Tabla Master Sri Yogish and beautiful Kirtan singer Yuvraj Singh and the Mahalakshmi Temple Choir, the Shivananda Choir. We have our good friends from Yashodhara Ashram, Swami Shivananda Radha's ashram. Joy is here. Yeah, Joy Ong. Yes, Joy Ong. So I'll play a little bit of conch for you, and then we'll continue with concert, conch then concert. Let's chant Om together. All of you Karma Yogis, Jnana Yogis, Raja Yogis, Kundalini Yogis, Yoga Yogis. Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva Ganga Jatadana Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara Ganga Jatadara Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara Ganga Jatadara Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara Ganga Jatadara Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva 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 Ganga Jatadara Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara 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 Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hara 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 Mahadeva 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 Ganga Jatadhara Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara 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 Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hara 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 Mahadeva 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 Ganga Jatadhara Gauri Manohara Partipuri Parameshvara 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 Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Hare 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 Mahadeva. Thank you, everyone. So now we're going to have Jai Radha Madhava. That's followed by the Maha Mantra. So I will ask Yuvraj to lead Jai Radha Madhava, story about Krishna and Radha. Yeah, I know, yeah. You're doing good. Hare Om. We need sound on the microphone with a green tape on it. Now we have it, yeah.
Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari 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 Jai Gopi Janavallabha
Jaya Gopi Janavallabha
Jai Gopi Janavallabha
Jaya Gopi
Janavallabha Jai Giridhar Hari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunj Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
O Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
O Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
Murali Manohar Karuna Sagar
Jaya Govardhan Hari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunj Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunj Bihari Yashodanandana Braj Jana Ranjana
Yashodanandanu Brajujanu Ranjan
Yashodanandana Braj Jana Ranjana
Brajujanu Ranjana Brajujanu Ranjan
O Yashodanandana Braj Jana Ranjana
Brajujana Ranjana Brajujanu Ranjan
O
Yashodanandanu Brajujanuranjan
O Jamuna tir banachari Jaya Radha Madhava Jai Kunje Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jai Kunje Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunje Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jai Kunje Bihari Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Together Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Faster Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Jai Radha Jai Kunj Bihari, Jai Radha Madhava, Jai Kunj Bihari.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol. So I would like some of the organizers to tell me if our time is up here. Padma Shri and Nirmala, have we got time for another one, or are we done? We've got time for another one? Okay. So we'll do again the Maha Mantra. What do you think? Or you have a suggestion, Yuvraj? I know Maggie is here with a Shiva chant, but we could do something else. Okay. So, Shiva chant? Maggie? Oh, yeah. So this one, the lyrics aren't there. Try to learn. Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva. Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva. Namah Shivaya Sadha Shiva. Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva. Namah Shivaya Sadha Shivaya. Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva. Namah Shivaya Sadha Shiva. Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva. Namah Shivaya Sadha Shivaya. Narayana Hare, Narayana Hare, Narayana Hare Om. Narayana Hare, Narayana Hare, Narayana Hare Om. Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda Om. Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda Om. Everybody. Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda Om. Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda, Bhagavan Shri Shivananda Om. Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami Om. Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami Om. Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami Om. Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami, Bhagavan Shri Vishnu Swami Om. Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om. Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om. Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om. Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om Lakshmi, Om. Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Om. Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Om Durga, Moses, Om 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 Buddha, 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 Om Allah, 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 Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva, Namah Shivaya, Sada Shiva, 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 Mahadeva, Namah Shivaya, Sada Shivaya, Shiva, Shiva, Mahadeva, Namah Shivaya, Sada Shiva, 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 Mahadeva, Namah Shivaya, Sada Shivaya. Hari Om Tat Sat. Bless you all. Thank you for all of you who came today. Teachers, acharyas, Pramiyaji, Chief Phil Lane, everybody else. Thank you so much. And we'll see you again next year, and then the year after, and then again and again. This is Sri Venu from the Shivananda Yoga Vedanta Center saying goodbye, pranam. Thank you.
Thank you for sitting in the sun for us. It has been lovely having you all. And happy International Yoga Day.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'd like to thank Jennifer Gillis for all the hard work that she has done to put this work together. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you, Rukmini ji. Now Prameya ji is going to recite the final prayer in company of Chief Phil Lane Jr. Om. And now Pramiyaji Chaitanya with the final prayer. Om.
samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om. One moment. Now, blessed prayer from our holy chief.
Chanupa kile wakaye lo wayankie 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 Chanupa kile wakaye lo wayankie. Same meaning in Sanskrit. It's a great honor. Our international First Nation chief endorsed this yoga celebration day. It equal to from the blessing from the cosmos. So therefore, yoga is a universal nectar. We should honor and preserve and protect and receive the glorious message in our life. Now I like to request our beloved sister, without naming their effort and what is called endless of time they put to bring out this program. I request my sister Padma Sri to give vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. I'll just simply say how grateful I am for the opportunity to share in this small way that I can with all of these beautiful people who understand what it is to unite, to come together and to be together. I really want to thank everyone who aligned with this vision. It is just the beginning, and without your support, we really wouldn't have been able to come as far as we have today. I want to thank all the numerous unseen volunteers whose heart and effort began in the very early hours of the morning today and through the night, the days and the weeks prior. All the vendors, all the incredible people who supported to be here. And very much want to thank the grace and the auspiciousness of all of the incredible master teachers who joined together. It is a great honor to stand with Chief Phil Lane Jr., with my beloved Guru Bhai, Sri Prameya Chaitanya, his beloved wife Rukmini. I want to thank very much from my heart our MC today, Sri Venu, who is just magnificent. So grateful to you. Thank you so much. All our love, and please let's continue.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Nirmala. Sorry we skipped the meditation. Rukmini, your voice is so inspiring. We missed one of your slokas. Program was changing. But yeah, thank you, everybody. And please practice yoga and meditation. Thank you. I haven't had a drop of water or food since 7 this morning.
Now you have to take the water and you
Hari Om. The music you're hearing now is from Robert Tricody of the Lakota First Nation, Wakan Tanka.